There's some value. We talked that there might have been. You get 2 strikes in the first time, but then you get a fresh slate. Did that help you a little bit after Canam got thrown out? You'd seen a couple of pitches.
Yeah, it definitely helped me. I couldn't really pick up his slider, and that's what he was mostly throwing me, but I saw some more heaters, and I think that's what made me so comfortable with 2 strikes, just being able to put a good swing on a fastball and drive it out of here.
A little later, just because they're gone, TCU's gone, bye-bye, you eliminated them. But what did go on, that little strange exchange? You hit a ball that I thought should have been ruled fair and an extra base hit.
Yeah.
What happened after that with their guy?
I mean, I was honestly a little pissed off about, like,
with a call?
Yeah, the call. I was like, all right, that's over the bag. It should be a double. But then I was kind of just pissed off with that, and I was kind of going to take it out on someone else, and I took it out on the pitcher. Yeah. Kind of gave him a little look, and that was that. So
when that happens, does that just fire everybody up? It's no big deal. I know both coaches come out, the umpires intervene. Do you feel like that's just part of the competitive fire of a moment, and it's not that big of a deal?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like, and it's kind of the approach I've been taking with these games is we got to play like it's our last. And so, I mean, just trying to have fun and do something different and keep energy up. I mean, I think it's just...
Well, it was fun to see, and we got a long day ahead. You got a couple of ball games to play, and the stretching's begun for Game 1. I'm going to turn you loose, Trent, but thank you for the time. Congratulations on getting back on track, the big swings in this regional, and I hope there's more in you today. Thanks for taking time. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mike. Let's go. Let's win 2 today.
Absolutely. Good message. That sounds like Ernie Banks. Let's play 2. Let's win 2. Trent Carowway hoping to stay on a roll with his team this afternoon with St. Mary's and USC tonight. Great to have you with us. The starting lineups, the pitching matchup, a conversation with Mitch Canam, all still to come from Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. Sunday afternoon baseball, what we believe is the first of 2 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Beaver fans, Oregon State's tradition of excellence is now a winning pairing with Willamette Valley Vineyards Classic Oregon Wine. As a proud wine partner of Oregon State Athletics, we invite you to join us at any of our locations for world-class Pinot Noir, Pacific Northwest-inspired cuisine, and one-of-a-kind events. Learn more and plan your visit at WVV.com. That's WVV.com. Go Beavs!
Weyerhaeuser has operated in Oregon since 1902 and is proud to support local organizations and invest in the future of our communities. This is our home, where hundreds of our employees live, work, and raise families. And we're excited to support Beaver Athletics and our many Oregon State alumni making a difference across the state, in our forest, in our mills, and in our communities. Learn more at WY.com. Go Beavs!
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Scout the goat from Bend. Scout loves to help around the farm and enjoys rooting for the Beavers year-round. Sign up your pet today at OSUBeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Facing cancer requires comprehensive care and support. The Samaritan Cancer Program has board-certified providers who specialize in treating all cancer types. We have your care needs covered every step of the way. Beyond treatment, the Samaritan Cancer Program provides you with nutrition services, financial advocacy, emotional support, resources, and more. Join us in being healthier together, because your fight against cancer deserves the best. Visit samhealth.org/cancer.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help solve today's toughest challenges. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof trusses, decking, and more for your next project. You can count on Builders First Source to minimize your build times, maximize efficiency, and deliver what you need when you need it. Go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
From forestry, construction, material handling to trucking, no matter what industry you're in, Pape has the equipment and services to keep you moving. As a family-owned and operated business for 85 years, Pape is committed to providing consistent quality customer service. This commitment is what makes Pape the premier capital equipment provider in the West. Pape is a proud sponsor of OSU Athletics. Go Beavs!
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to PacificOffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Back at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field, the beginnings of a beautiful and long day into the evening of baseball here. I know that's the plan for head coach Mitch Canam and his guys, brought to you by the Beaver home team, Oregon Mutual Insurance and WaFd Bank, teaming up locally to support their community. Proud sponsors of the home team. Go local and go Bees. Mitch, you said after the tough loss to these guys, to St. Mary's on Friday, why not? In terms of just getting on a roll and finding your way back, you've been challenged all year. You got to win 4 straight. You got one down. Now you have a chance on a gorgeous day. Another big record crowd expected for this one with St. Mary's, and it's sort of that, hey, why not? Let's go.
Mike, I'll admit this. I have been praying all year for the opportunity for these guys to go out and make history, more history than ever happened before at Oregon State. You want that opportunity for you guys to go out and do something so incredibly special, and to do it while being independent, to do it while being on the road. And so when you make these prayers for these grand things and these wants and these desires for God to give you guys an opportunity and to be with you through these times, I think it's incredible. And I told the guys, I go, hey, maybe it's my fault. I've been praying. Every time you pray for patience, God gives you opportunity to build patience. Every time you pray for, to be tougher, He's going to put things in your life that will allow you an opportunity to become tougher. And I just think, why not? And I'm grateful for where we're at and what we're doing. Is it difficult? Sure, but that's why it's awesome. And I know these guys have laser focus, the way they responded in yesterday's ball game and how they showed up to the yard this morning.
Coach, in terms of yesterday's game, so many great things to highlight, but I thought just the tone set. First pitch, strike one, and Dax was on his way. And then he even got to a couple of 3-ball counts in that inning, but didn't give in and struck out the side, did it again in the second. So what were your thoughts about the tone he set?
Oh, no doubt. You could tell he just looked very well composed. Once he came into the dugout, got ready to go hit the field, and no doubt strike one. And first inning, I think 17 pitches in the first. Strike out the side, great. But even as he came off the field, he was controlling his emotions. Never got too high, never got too low, remained focused. So it was pitch, location, and adding on execution at that go time. And just loved where he was at and getting us deep in the ball game, allowing him and Nelson to do what they did, especially when you need to win 5 games to advance. Really put us in a great spot for today. And, I bet, like I said, everyone is assumed that they're going to be hot. And I know they are going to want the baseball, whatever they can do to help out. So it's not about just winning one game today. You got to win both of them to advance for tomorrow. And so how we control our mentality, our energy level needs to remain consistent. When something bad happens, we can't let it drop us down, and when something great happens, we can't sit there and try to get too hyped up about it, because at the same time, that's when energy drowns. And if you're not sharp throughout the entirety of these two games, that's when like big bad things can happen. And so we've had that discussion. We're going to hold each other accountable to it and stay the course.
Coach Mitch Canam joining me in the pregame show. Coach, he did let emotion out more than I've ever seen him before when he came out. Door went out, a little visit. I don't know what the message was. Hey, you got one guy left, go get him. Whatever it was, he went and got him, struck him out. And that's the most emotion I've seen from the young man, pumping his fist and celebrating with his teammates. No taunting the other way, just excited in the moment.
Yeah, you'd love to see that. Keep the energy directed towards our guys. And, well, that's the other thing is, the way he went about his business throughout the entirety of his outing, now when he knows like that's the finish line, he sprinted through the finish line and let it all out. And that's what we're kind of doing. If you start the race sprinting right out the chute, the other team can see the pace that you're setting, and you can burn out a lot sooner. And so you have that comes from getting older and wiser, and just the experience of it all, of knowing what that pace should look like. Because if you don't, get out the starting gates with enough focus and drive coming out of there, you're going to get way behind that you can't catch up, and it affects other people around you. And so yesterday I just saw a very mature look from Dax with, utilizing his changeup too. He gets a ground ball to the right side for a 4-3. He gets a handful of whiffs and a punch out on it. Something that he really hasn't used a ton this year. And so it just shows maturity with his body language, his intent on the mound, and then also his pitch arsenal.
Last couple of things, Mitch. I had Trent Carowway on this pregame show. Jim Wilson couldn't be any more effusive in his praise about, the home run against St. Mary's, for one thing, was pummeled. But the home run yesterday looked like a hitter just feeling good again. He told me having fun, seeing the ball, kind of playing the game he knows he's capable of. That was an amazing piece of hitting, wasn't it?
Well, that's the Trent Carowway we all know. He knows about himself too. A real true gamer. And I think all that we're seeing right now is a reflection of learning through tough times and putting in work consistently. And now, as he's back to what he knows he can be and who he really is, I will never see, and no one will ever let him drift away from that work ethic that he's continued to put in. Constantly reminding yourself, I have more to do. I have more to do. I don't have it all figured out yet. And you have to do that whether you're in college or playing in the big leagues for 5-10 years. If you want to continue the game, you have to continue to redefine and mold yourself into that next level competitor.
Again, back at the McGrath family press box. That was earlier today, before we got this long day of baseball now into the night started. Mike Parker and Jim Wilson, we needed a little time to regroup, so we replayed the interviews. No time to gather new material as we write in lineups and prepare for another elimination game for the Beavers, who will try to beat USC tonight and give themselves an opportunity to win their own regional tomorrow. They've been up against some tough odds in that respect, losing to St. Mary's on Friday. They've come back to win 2 in a row. They need to win 4 in a row tonight and tomorrow to have the opportunity to host Florida State next weekend in a super regional. It is great to be with you. We're going to take a final break and come back with the starting lineups. The Beavers are the visiting team. Andrew Johnson, a freshman right-hander, will be throwing the first pitch to Easton Tolt when we return, as the Beavers again try to play their way into tomorrow on this Sunday night at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. Back after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small, with Crater Lake Spirits, proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics. We're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
If you know your party's extension, press or say 1. To leave a message in our company mailbox, press or say 2. Spoiler alert, it will be full.
Representative.
Would you speak to your mother in that tone?
Speak to a real human being.
You shouldn't need to shout into the void to get your health insurance questions answered.
Pacific Source Health Plans. This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
Forget that boring breakfast. Buy a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, like a sausage McMuffin with egg, and get another one for just $1. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Pacific Power is proud to support Oregon State Athletics by providing the safe, reliable energy that lights our campus, keeps our laptops charged, and powers opportunities every day. From the classroom to the weight room, from groundbreaking research labs to research stadium, Pacific Power is always there to help propel our students and our community forward. Pacific Power, powering your greatness. Let's go Beavs!
It's been so long. How have you been?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Dave, why are you talking that way?
Please say 1 for a compliment or 2 for a question.
Yeah, this is weird. I think I'm going to go.
Talking with an automated phone tree can feel pretty ridiculous. That's why when you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll get a real person to answer all your important questions.
Pacific Source Health Plans. This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees. Find a plan at PacificSourceMembersFirst.com.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
On the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hurley hammers it. There's your 11-10 on its way. So long. Comes to the plate, swung on and missed. Strike 3. The inning is over. Drive to right center field. Temesbury going back, looking up, on its way. So long.
Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. Safeway. Stop into Safeway, your exclusive grocery partner of Oregon State Athletics. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts. And by Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved. PacificOffice.com. Play ball! Now let's get ready for the first pitch.
Andrew Johnson has fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes to Easton Told as we get underway at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. The 1-1 pitch, is swung on and missed by Easton in the count 1-2. I've been taking texts and trying to. So here we go. There's a ball game going, huh? Okay, yeah, it is. Easton 12 with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. What's the umpire Derek Malika doing right now? Whispering into the ear of the catcher, Richard Tejada. That was a strange bit of body language as the freshman Andrew Johnson delivers a change hit foul to the left and out of play. We're underway. the Beavers and USC. It's a throwback game from the Pac-12. In fact, they played 2 of them last year. USC won 2 games at Great Park in Irvine. So that, as we take a look at the Holland America Line series history, the Beavers have won 7 of the last 9 series. However, USC leads all time 59-43, dating back to 1951. We'll have other historical elements to get to as we go. Discover Alaska with Holland America, a proud partner of OSU Athletics. See more glaciers in Alaska with Holland America than any other cruise line. Book your Alaska vacation today at hollandamerica.com as we get underway in Game 6 of the Corvallis Regional. The 1-2 pitch to Easton Talt is high and away, 2-2. Jimmy, you've had the luxury of watching the pitches a little more closely. What do you got from Andrew Johnson?
Well, before I say that, interesting when Talt went to 2 strikes, instead of rotating around, the third baseman ran across the diamond.
2-2 pitch hit foul off to the left and out of play.
And that Ethan Hedges, the third baseman, number 15, he is the guy who's playing in that second base area. Instead of the shortstop's still playing shortstop.
Bryce Martin Groots along.
And interesting, as opposed to everybody just kind of shifting.
And out the second baseman, Avery Covarrubias, very deep and out in right. 3 defenders on the right side. Andrew Johnson's 2-2 pitch. Talt pulls it foul. Brady Casper lifts the leg out of the way, and we're underway. It was a harried little 30-minute pregame show, a quick postgame show. Here we are and playing ball again, Jimmy, exactly where the Beavers wanted to be.
Yeah. Andrew Johnson, he showed fastball in the mid to high 80s, a little bit of a slurve breaking ball, and a changeup.
The 2-2 pitch, a changeup, is grounded slowly to the shifted over third baseman, Ethan Hedges, who charges, gloves, and throws to first for the out. So even though it was hit on the right side, it goes into the books as a 5-3 ground out. Andrew Johnson getting the start for the USC Trojans, 3-1, 4.41 ERA. His 22nd appearance, 6th start, 65 in the third inning, 71 hits, good control, only 12 walks, 54 strikeouts, a batting average against of .277. He's allowed 5 home runs. He's hit 8 batters. Iva Arquette to the plate. Iva takes a belt-high fastball strike, 0-1 the count. For USC, Andrew Johnson and Richard Tejada. Adrian Lopez at first, Avery Covarrubias at second, Bryce Martin Grudzelanek at short. Strike 1 pitch is in there for strike 2. Ethan Hedges at third for the Trojans. Maximo Martinez in left, Braden Dowd in center, Jack Passier in right. 1 out, nobody on, top of the first. The Beavers again, the visiting team in their own yard. Johnson's strike 2 pitch misses high to Iva. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Arquette coming off a 3-for-5 game, 2 runs and 2 RBIs. The Beavers 21 runs and 18 hits in the opener. Arquette sends a fly ball to right and fairly deep. Basir went back to the track and then moves in a couple of steps to bring it in. Now, earlier today, that ball might have gone. The winds have died down a little, still blowing out to right, but Jimmy, I'm saying 4 or 5 hours ago that might carry out. Not here under the lights, 2 down, and Gavin Turley, the batter.
I don't disagree with that, Mike, because that ball had a lot of altitude. You get it up there, the higher you get it, the more the wind gets a chance to do its thing.
2 down.
He took 2 fastball strikes, though.
I know. I saw it. He did, and I didn't quite understand it, but here he is now. Trying to get a feel, sizing up the pitcher. Breaking ball from Andrew Johnson high. Ball 1, 1-0 for the freshman right-hander Andrew Johnson, getting the start, trying to send USC into the Super Regional round down in Tallahassee. A young man from San Juan Capistrano, California. The Beavers trying to play their way into tomorrow and a chance to win tonight, tomorrow, and host the Seminoles next weekend here at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. Turley, who set the RBI record in the 20-3 win, driving in the 20th and final run. Now 180 career RBIs, the all-time best at Oregon State. Takes the 2-0 pitch, down and away, ball 3, 3-0.
Johnson, kind of a polished guy. He's a 3-pitch guy, but he throws strikes in 65 innings. He gives up 71 hits, only 54 strikeouts.
The 3-0 pitch, Turley taking all the way, takes a strike, the count 3-1.
But as you mentioned earlier, just 12 walks in those 65 innings.
Just getting started, but not really. We've been at it for a long time today. But just getting started in game 2 for the Beavers, trying to keep their season alive. And Turley takes a 3-1 pitch for a strike, and that is kind of filling the bill here early, that he's a strike thrower. He goes from 3-0 right back to 3-2, 2 down, nobody on for Gavin. Wilson Weber on deck. Johnson, the freshman, to the plate. The 3-2 fastball got him swinging. So it's not a good start for the Beavers, but there's a lot of baseball. They played a lot of baseball. They've had a good day. 20 runs in the opener for the Beavers on 21 hits. I think I said 18. 21 runs and 21 hits. They go down 1-2-3 in the top of the first. We go to the bottom half. Wyatt Queen will try to emulate his counterpart, and we'll give you the rest of the lineups when we return. The Beavers nothing. USC coming up on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with the tools and services to make running your business smooth and easy. WaFd Bank is here to help make it happen with options like credit cards, term loans, lines of credit, and cash flow tools like FinSync, so you get paid in hours, not weeks. It's never been easier to get the funding and tools you need to grow your business and meet your goals. Take on the new year with a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com or your local branch and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Member FDIC, loans subject to credit approval.
As a locally owned company celebrating 25 years in business, the Barbers are excited to support the Oregon State Beavers. Come in and get the works. A full-service experience including a precise haircut, relaxing shampoo, scalp massage, and a hot lather neck shave by the most experienced barbers around. When it comes to men's grooming, nothing beats a true barbershop experience. Come and get yourself ready for game days. Book same-day appointments now online by visiting thebarbersonline.com. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts.
Bottom of the first inning at Goss Stadium of Coleman Field. Right-hander Wyatt Queen, Jimmy, in the biggest stage of his career, loosening up with Wilson Weber and getting ready to face the Trojans, Braden Dowd, Ethan Hedges, and Bryce Martin Grudzelanic. Braden Dowd leading off in center field, Hedges in the 2-hole at third, Bryce Martin Grudzelanic batting third at shortstop, Adrian Lopez, the cleanup hitter at first base, Abri Covarrubias batting fifth at second base, Augie Lopez hitting sixth, the designated hitter, Jack Basir batting seventh in right field, Maximo Martinez hitting eighth and left, Richard Tejada hitting ninth and catching, and Andrew Johnson has already gotten off to an impressive start. The freshman right-hander from San Juan Capistrano Valley in California retires the Beavers in order in the top half. And now it's Wyatt Queen, 3-1, an ERA of 3.38. His 19th appearance, fifth start, 40 innings, 28 hits, 15 walks, 50 strikeouts, a batting average against of 201 as Braden Dowd steps in, no score, in the bottom of the first inning.
Those are some strong numbers, Mike. 40 innings, 50 strikeouts, only 28 hits.
His first pitch misses, ball one, 1-0. 48 hits allowed by Queen. He has given up 7 home runs along the way on the year. The 1-0 pitch toppled slowly up along first, foul, and the count 1-1. Let's set the Beavers defensively. It's the same lineup as in the 20-3 victory just completed recently against St. Mary's. A battery now of Wyatt Queen, but Wilson Weber settling in back of the plate. Tice Peterson at first, A.J. Singer at second, Iva Arquette at short, Trent Carowway at third, Gavin Turley in left, Cannon Reeder in center, Easton Talt in right. Pretty good breaking ball, but deemed low to Braden Dowd. The count 2-1. Derek Malika, the home plate umpire for this nightcap. Kevin Elsey at first, Nate Huber at second, Jeff Hendricks at third. The 2-1 slider, a good one. Or maybe a cut fastball, but it had a little bite to it, and it's on the inner half to even the count at 2-2.
Yeah, it's one or the other. I mean, it was a pitch that broke about 1.5 foot, and it was different than the breaking ball before it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Wyatt Queen to the plate, hit sharply into right field, base hit. It's a good start for USC. A leadoff single for Braden Dowd, and the Trojans, who want to end it here tonight and get out of a beautiful part of the world, as all of their people have said. They've been loving their time here in the Mid-Valley. 66 degrees at game time tonight, but they want to wrap it up and head home tomorrow and not have to deal with a winner-take-all game, Game 7. And to that end, a good start. Braden Dowd is 3 for 6 in stolen bases. He gets a base hit to lead things off. A .321 hitter, 10 homers, 36 runs batted in, and perhaps their best overall hitter. Ethan Hedges steps in, Jimmy, with Queen delivering the breaking ball strike and the count 0-1. Hedges, .344, 14 homers, 58 runs batted in.
And 9 saves.
Yeah, a two-way player extraordinary.
This is the first year he's pitched. 9 saves.
Yeah, he's done a great job. A throw to first on a hop, diving back in, Braden Dowd. Dowd is 3 for 6 in stolen bases. No score, bottom of the first inning. The Beavers and USC. The Beavers must needs win to play their way into a winner-take-all game tomorrow. Wyatt Queen again over to first, and again back to the bag goes Braden Dowd, the leadoff hitter.
Dowd just 3 for 6 in stolen bases. Looked like he might even been leaning on that one.
Held on by Tice Peterson. The pitch is hit toward the gap in right center field. It'll get down for an extra base hit and will score Braden Dowd. USC will get the initial lead in this ball game. The relay to the plate, though, to Wilson Weber. He's out at the plate. They didn't score him. An amazing play by the Beavers in right center field. What for sure looked like a run with a gapper to right center field. The Beavers execute as perfectly, Jimmy, as you possibly can. Now the Trojans...
Oh, you know what's happening next.
Are they going to argue that the plate was blocked by Weber before he got the ball? He's called out at the plate.
I mean, that's going to be the argument.
Yeah.
For sure.
Ethan Hedges with a double to right center. Wilson Weber waiting for the throw. Received it, and now the Trojans already right out of the gate in the bottom of the first are arguing that Wilson Weber was illegally blocking the plate. Braden Dowd thrown out at the plate, and an out recorded. That's the call on the field, but Andy Stankiewicz, the head coach, is out for a discussion, and the umpires will get together, Jimmy, and talk about it.
They're gonna look at it, but I will tell you what I saw on this play was that Wilson Weber had to go in the line to catch the ball. He was making a play on the ball, and he actually had the ball before the runner arrived. And so they are going to look at it, and there's just been all kinds of plays like this. I know that Oregon fans are anti-Oregon fans, but the play that you saw down there, I thought that call was just horribly misconstrued. But this one, I really felt that what took Wilson Weber into the line was the ball. And he had it. Then you have to have a chance to play the ball, and then he had the ball before the runner arrived. And so I think the Beavers are going to be all right on this one.
Okay, the call.
But my biggest fear is just all this tomfoolery and at home plate
because of the thing that happened down the road. Could be in their heads.
All of them.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody from Pittsburgh's making a call. I mean, this happened to right here in front of us. And give credit to the two relays.
Well, Cannon Reeder hitting Iva Arquette, and then Arquette a strike to Wilson Weber.
Yeah.
I mean, that was high-level execution, 8-6-2 on the out, which is the call currently on the field. An 8-6-2 out at the plate with Braden Dowd called out by the home plate umpire, Derek Malika. Wilson Weber receiving the throw, and then a sprawling kind of tag on Braden Dowd. Hedges pulling into second with a double and conferring at the moment with Beaver left fielder Gavin Turley as they get together out in left center field to talk about it. Hedges, an outstanding young man.
I think they're done over there, Mike.
Former Corvallis Knight. Here come the umpires. The call on the field is out at the plate. And Jimmy likes the Beavers' chances of that holding, but he's nervous about precedence. The call at the plate, here we come. The out stands. Jimmy, you felt good about it. 8-6-2. I didn't feel good about it at all. I thought that ball was way out there in the gap. I called it a run. My fault. Bad call on my part. I didn't think the Beavers had a chance to get him, and they did. 8-6-2 for the out at the plate.
I was with you. I thought that the center fielder was going to score on a deep double to right center.
Yeah.
But then I saw how quickly Reeder got the ball in. I thought to myself, throw it, Ava. I mean, I think you throw it. You might get him.
And he did.
And he threw a strike.
He threw a seed to Wilson Weber. So, a double for Hedges. Bryce Martin Grudzielanek, the batter. The first pitch just missing. Ball 1, 1-0. Cannon Reeder continues, Jimmy, just to... excel, and that's putting it mildly, an understatement as a center fielder. Made a great catch against St. Mary's in Game 1. Gets to the ball in a hurry here and got it out quickly to Iva, and a play that'll look like the Beavers had no chance to get an out on. They get an out, 8-6-2 at the plate on Braden Dowd. The pitch is swung on and missed by Bryce Martin Grudzelanek. 1 ball, 1 strike, no score. Breaking ball in there, strike 2. 1-2 the count to Bryce. Standing in at 303, 8 homers, 41 runs batted in. Ethan Hedges pummeling a double to the gap in right center, and yet
they got a, what is this?
Has nothing to show for it.
I think he's saying you got to get eye contact there, before the clock.
Wyatt Queen was ready to pitch, and the hitter, Martin Grudzelanek, apparently wasn't ready, so the eye contact has been established. A warning on that effect from Derek Malika. Hedges at second, 1 out. Queen delivers, breaking ball, check, swing, taken down and away. 2-2 the count. Travis Jewett coaching at third, and an old friend and a Beaver legend in his own right, Andy Jenkins, coaching at first. Andy Stankiewicz calls the offense within the dugout. Andy in his 3rd year at USC after a remarkable run at Grand Canyon University. Queen's 2-2 fastball misses. Ball 3, 3-2. Adrian Lopez on deck. No score, bottom of the first. Hedges getting his lead. A.J. Singer playing nearly right behind him out at second base. A big 4-hole to shoot through. The 3-2 breaking ball taken. Strike 3 called. 2 down.
Wyatt Queen has been able to just catch that outside corner on 2 or 3 breaking balls already in the first inning and get the umpire, Derek Malika, to make the call.
Adrian Lopez, the batter for the Trojans. Adrian at 341, 8 homers, 52 runs batted in, starting for the 55th time this season. Lopez, a transfer from Long Beach State University. And again, Wyatt Queen was ready to pitch, and a ball's been called because it's a warning. I'm not sure what the heck.
But yet, one thing, USC's doing a little gamemanship. Like, you watch the hitter, he won't look. He's getting ready, but he won't look. See how he's not looking?
He's still not looking. He's looking inside of his own dugout, still looking. You're saying Queen can't pitch if a guy just keeps looking?
Until there's eye contact.
I guess so. Bunch of nonsense to treat people like that. Breaking ball down and away. The count now 2-0 on Adrian Lopez with, after the first warning, a ball charged to Wyatt Queen.
See that? He's in there. He's ready. His stance, and he's not looking.
It's an interesting approach, to be sure. Ethan Hedges at second, 2 down. Queen to the plate with a 2-0 pitch outside, ball 3. And it just strikes me, after a called third strike, then you get the, hey, now that's a ball on you, no eye contact. I think Queen's a little out of his rhythm, and if that's gamesmanship, good for USC to get the Beavers off.
And that is definitely gaming the system approach that you've never seen a hitter.
A 3-0 pitch, green lighted, a high pop fly. Tice Peterson backs up into shallow right, stays with it, and makes the catch. And thanks to a spectacular relay play, shades of Wallace to Barney to Canam. Head coach Mitch Canam will salute Reeder to Arquette to Weber to end the bottom of the first with a huge out and a great bit of defensive execution by the Beavers. No runs, 2 hits, including a double. No errors except on yours truly, and 1 left. At the end of 1, the Beavers nothing, USC nothing. A station ID when we return on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help solve today's toughest challenges. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof trusses, decking, and more for your next project. You can count on Builders First Source to minimize your build times, maximize efficiency, and deliver what you need when you need it. Go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks. You get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full while refreshing the squad.
Get more than you expect on your favorite medium drinks, like frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry, iced coffee, or lemonade, now at just $2.29. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Tonight's nutrition fact comes from our friends at Wilbur Ellis. Did you know the different blood types in humans require different sources of food for optimal health and performance? Our friends at Wilbur Ellis recognize the same needs apply for the various crops our Oregon farmers grow. That's why they've developed numerous products that are specifically designed to treat a wide array of Oregon crops. Contact Wilbur Ellis and chart your course for the winning ag experience. Before Wilson Weber steps in, let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. Wilson Weber takes a fastball for a strike. He homered in game one. Looks at a change down in the count 1-1. Game one earlier today, 2 for 6, 3 runs batted in. Wilson continuing on an amazing roll. The freshman Johnson delivers, and Weber does too. A line drive, base hit to center field. Braden Dowd plays it on a couple of pops. A leadoff single for Weber. The Beavers' first hit of this ball game and their 22nd of the day. And that brings to the plate Trent Carowway, who is on a roll again. And it's so nice to see Trent getting hot at the right time. He's homered in all 3 games of this Corvallis Regional. 3 for 4 earlier today with a home run. 3 runs scored, a couple of walks, and 3 RBIs. No score, top of the second. Jimmy, we really didn't complete all the thoughts about this kid Johnson and our Seven Feathers Casino Resort starting pitcher matchup with our pregame show. Kind of jammed in that 30 minutes. Slider for a strike in the count 0-1. What do you see from Johnson? Brought to you by Seven Feathers Casino Resort. Seven Feathers, your place to play.
He appears to be a polished guy. He's a true freshman, but not overpowering with anything. But a 3-pitch mix, using all 3 of them, and appears to throw the ball where he wants to.
He throws a good fastball here that was a little bit up and away. Carowway offered and missed, and Trent down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. A leadoff single for Wilson Weber. No score. Top of the second inning. The freshman Andrew Johnson comes set. And the strike 2 pitch to Carowway is outside. Ball 1, 1-2. Trent did a nice job, I thought, earlier today, Jimmy, working some counts from down 0-2, 1-2 to draw ball 4. And he took a close pitch, but took it when he was slumping. He was tending to offer a lot of things, pressing and trying to get himself out of the slump. Weber at first, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch, fastball outside, a good take again. Catcher Richard Tejada trying to frame it up. The count even, 2-2. Brady Casper whispering something to Wilson Weber, his runner at first. Joey Wong coaching at third. The Beavers occupying their own dugout, although they're the visiting team, the Gary Baker dugout. The 2-2 pitch to Carowway, pulled foul outside of third. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the second inning, no score.
Breaking ball out over the plate, and Carowway just out in front. And he said yesterday the best swing of his life on the home run to right center. He might have just had another one. Best swing of his life, the home run over the scoreboard to in right field today on a breaking ball.
2-2 to Trent. Johnson delivers, hit sharply off the glove of the second baseman Covarrubias, and no play. Base hit on the infield for Trent Carowway, who remains smoking hot. Wilson Weber into second, 2 on, nobody out for A.J. Singer.
I think that makes Singer a bunter here in this situation, and it's just always it's harder to move a guy from second to third just because the quick throw you can get, you're going to want to bunt it to third base, but any mistake made, the pitcher's there, and the easy quick throw.
A.J. Singer at the plate with runners at first and second and nobody out, and I would concur, Jimmy. I have a feeling A.J. is up there to bunt, tied for the team lead with 6 sacrifices, and he is bunting, and he takes a breaking ball down and away, ball 1. He and Easton Tall each lead the Bees with 6 sacrifice hits.
The book is you bunt the ball to third base, make the third baseman, but if the first baseman is not going to charge hard like he didn't on that last play, that's your safest bet.
Again, Singer shows bunt, takes the 1-0 pitch, a little low, ball 2-0. Cannon Reeder on deck. No score, top of the second inning. Wilson Weber, a base hit. Trent Carowway followed with one of his own. First and second, nobody out. 2-0 to Singer, again dealing with freshman Andrew Johnson, a consummate strike thrower. Singer shows bunt, gets it down out in front of the plate. Johnson bare hands, throws to first in time. The sacrifice executed perfectly by A.J. Singer. 1-3, one away. Weber to third, Carowway to second. Cannon Reeder the batter.
Cannon had a huge series to end the year against Long Beach State, but it's been sort of quiet, so to speak, in this regional. Be a great time for him to bust out.
Cannon had an excellent ball game in the 20-3 win, and he's already off to a good start today, Jimmy, with the race to the ball and the gap in deep right center. Got there, made the strong throw to Arquette. The relay by Ivor to the plate nailed Braden Dowd for the first out for USC. Reeder bunts up along third, barehanded and bobbled by Ethan Hedges. Everybody safe, and in to score is Wilson Weber. The Beavers lead it 1-0.
Very interesting ploy to bunt the ball to third base. And why Ethan Hedges, after he was unable to catch the ball in the air, why he touched it, I don't know. I think even if he makes a clean play, I don't think he gets him at home.
No, he doesn't. And
the ball's going to go foul.
It's going to go foul. So the Beavers catch a bit of a break, and Andy Stankiewicz, the head coach for USC, or Sean Allen, the pitching coach, first season for Sean, comes out. Beaver Nation, a raucous bunch after seeing the Beavers drub St. Mary's earlier, 20-3. A bunt single for Cannon Reeder and an RBI. Cannon got the Beavers on the board, Jimmy, in game one today with a sacrifice fly to center. Also had an infield single, scored a couple of runs. And he, I think, was bunting on his own. I don't think that was necessarily the safety put on. It may have been.
Great read, though, by the runner, Wilson Weber, because there's a percentage of base runners that don't score on that just because they fear the ball's going to be caught by the third baseman. Wilson decided that ball's not going to be caught by the third baseman. And big play. It puts Dallas Macias up here in a big situation. And he might do the same thing because the safety squeeze when there's a runner at first. The first baseman has to hold, right? So you can bunt it that direction. I'd be surprised if they don't go that direction right here.
Dallas Macias at the plate, 1-0 Beavers, first and third, one out. Andrew Johnson delivers. Macias does bunt, takes it with him up along first. The shovel to the plate is not in time. A head first slide by Trent Carowway. The Beavers lead it 2-0.
I would never recommend sliding head first into home, but this one it worked out. Very little contact, and it was closer than I thought it was going to be because the first baseman, remember I said earlier he's not charging hard? He charged hard, and it was a really, really good bunt, and they made it close at the plate, but Carowway got there.
Trent showing some real athletic ability as a runner. And the Beavers with a 2-0 lead. The batter is Tice Peterson. Johnson turns and throws to second. Cannon Reeder back. 3 straight bunts, Jimmy, for the Beavers. A sacrifice by A.J. Singer and a bunt single for Cannon Reeder. Dallas Macias with the safety squeeze. Run batted in to give the Beavers a 2-0 advantage. And now Reeder at second, Macias at first, one out for Tice Peterson, who homered in game one earlier today. Looks at a breaking ball from Johnson, down and away, ball 1-0. That's a fielder's choice sacrifice from Macias and a run batted in. Wow, really exciting small ball after the Beavers kind of powered up for 20 runs and 21 hits earlier. Breaking ball, kind of hung up there for a while for Peterson. He watched it go by for a strike and the count 1-1.
Yeah, if he had to do over again, he'd have taken a whack at that one. It caught a lot of plate.
It was up a while.
And up a little bit, too.
2 on, 1 out, 2 runs in for the Beavers. Andrew Johnson to the plate. Fastball, whacked to center field. Base hit. A little bit of a hesitation on Reeder's part. He's being waved around. Reeder on his way to the plate and will score. Macias to third and into second base goes Tice Peterson. The Beavers lead it 3-0.
That's exciting baseball, Mike. It's just exciting. The bunt plays, the running, the scoring, the taking the extra base. It's all very exciting baseball. The runner at second base had to hold Cannon Reeder because that's a line drive that may or may not get caught. He had to hold, but because of his speed, he was able to score. The ball went to third base, and by that time, Tice Peterson made it all the way into second base. Very exciting, and the crowd is picking up on that energy. The team playing with a lot of energy, and the crowd has got some energy. It's a good atmosphere right now.
Boy, it is tremendous atmosphere. The Beavers have scored 3, second and third, 1 out. Easton Talt takes low and away, ball 1, 1-0. I know our good friend Dwight James eschews the bunt. He doesn't like the bunt. Dwight, are you liking it any better now? No, he's still curmudgeonly about the bunt. You'd like it if you were here, Dwight, I promise you. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Tolt bunts. This is going to score another run. The toss to first is in time for the out. Macias down the line to score on another bunt. Safety squeeze. The Beavers lead it 4-0.
Mike, usually you don't see the bunt with second and third only because you got a chance to drive in too. But I'll take the 1, and because you still got the guy at third base and Iva Arquette at the plate. And they were lucky, actually not lucky. They did a nice job to get an out. The second baseman got all the way over in time to cover first base.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Second and third. Perhaps Talt can drive in two with a base hit, but the Beavers do lead it 4-0. Iva Arquette, the batter, takes off speed and low. Ball 1, 1-0. Boy, really exciting baseball for the Beavers, and the fans are indeed as charged up as I've heard them in a long time. The 1-0 pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike. Again, kind of hanging up there. Arquette saw it, let it go by, and the count 1-1. 4 runs in the inning for the Beavers, 4-0 in the second. Tice Peterson at third base with 2 down. Arquette awaits. The 1-1 pitch is chased and missed. Now he looked at a hanging breaker and took it, and then he chases a better pitch down and away. Andrew Johnson has Iva down in the count, 1-2. Iva hoping to make an adjustment here. What a defensive play he made in the bottom of the first inning. Looking to drive in a run. Takes outside and high. Ball 2. 2-2 from Andrew Johnson.
You could tell when Johnson gets 2 strikes, he wants to try to dot that outside corner, but he's missed 3 or 4 times with that.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Iva Arquette with 2 down. Johnson rocks, kicks, delivers. Swung out and missed for strike 3, and the inning is over. However, what an inning it is, and Beaver Nation on their feet again. Listen to the crowd saluting. A 4-run inning predicated on the bunt. 4 runs for the Beavers on 4 hits, no errors, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the second in this elimination game for the Beavs. The Beavers 4, USC nothing on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Beaver fans, Oregon State's tradition of excellence is now a winning pairing with Willamette Valley Vineyards Classic Oregon Wine. As a proud wine partner of Oregon State Athletics, we invite you to join us at any of our locations for world-class Pinot Noir, Pacific Northwest-inspired cuisine, and one-of-a-kind events. Learn more and plan your visit at WVV.com. That's WVV.com. Go Beavs!
Discover the heart of innovation and growth at the College of Agricultural Sciences, the founding college of Oregon State University. Since 1868, we have served as the engine of science that drives progress, supports industry, and offers education and opportunity for anyone to grow into their fullest potential. Here, students become leaders who will shape the future of food security, sustainable agriculture, and natural resource management. The College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University. Grow with us. Learn more at agsci.oregonstate.edu.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Oregon State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
4-0 Beavers to the bottom of the second inning. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. Join today. Visit OregonStateCU.com/join. Wyatt Queen, with a little help from his friends, put up a 0 in the bottom of the first inning. Goes to work in the second with a 4-run lead and delivers a first pitch strike to Avery Covarrubias. 0-1 the count to the right-hand hitting second baseman for USC. The 0-1 pitch, fastball. Pretty good one with some life on it, Jimmy. Swung on and missed in the count 0-2.
And in a good spot, 93 up and in.
No balls and 2 strikes the count. Queen to the plate, breaking ball just missed. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Al Hutchinson, if you're listening carefully below the McGrath family press box, and he is. Could you ask that young man to sit down, please, right there? 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way is down and away. Ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Thank you, Al. And we have everybody working for us. 2 balls and 2 strikes, putting Al Hutchinson, one of the great Beaver fans of all time, to work. The 2-2 pitch, a little low, ball 3. 3-2. Avery Covarrubias has gone from 0-2 to 3-2. Wyatt Queen gave up a base hit and a double to open last inning. Lived to tell about it thanks to the 8-6-2 relay and out at the plate. Now his 3-2 pitch to Covarrubias, a ground ball to the left of Arquette. Iva goes down to get it, hesitates, fires, just in time for the out. 1 away. Jimmy, for one of the few times all year.
The hesitation.
He had a little
double
clutch, but he still, with that arm and the range, gets the out.
And he knew he would. I mean, those guys, it's unbelievable how they just know what it takes just to get that guy. And he didn't have to double clutch. I think he could have just thrown it, but he knew he could, and he did, and still got his guy.
1 away in the bottom of the second inning. 4-0 Beavers. Augie Lopez, the designated hitter, the batter. A.J. Singer playing about medium depth right field as the Beavers' second baseman. First pitch, fastball at 94. That's firm enough. Swung out and missed in the count 0-1.
Wyatt Queen, you look at his numbers, I mean, very, very good stuff. 40 innings, the 28 hits is and only 15 walks.
6'2", 200-pound sophomore transfer, delivers a good breaking ball. Swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. From Mitch Canam country, went to Lake Stevens High School, where Mitch went, and then to Everett Community College before making his way to the Beavers, and the Beavs are delighted to have him, and he has become a real guy down the stretch of the year. 1 out, nobody on. The strike 2 pitch on the way. Got him swinging with a fastball a little out of the zone, but close enough. Strike 3, 2 down, and Jack Basir, the batter.
The state of Washington has some good baseball in the junior college ranks. You just mentioned
Everett.
You know, there's Edmonds and Tacoma. There's just a lot of them, and they play some really good baseball. And there's a lot of players. I mean, like Oregon State, you know, the Lynn Benton right next door, but there's not as many in the state.
Jack Basir, the hitter, his 3rd stop collegiately, swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1 the count. Jack, the right-hand hitting right fielder, began his career at Pepperdine, played at TCU last year, and now with the USC Trojans. 2 outs, nobody on. Swung on and missed again. 0-2 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. He's down in the corner by Gavin Turley. On his way for 3 is Jack Basir, and he will get there. Ivar Arquette throws the ball back in. Not even Reeder could get to that one. He made a good effort, but that ball was pummeled into the gap in left center. A 2-out triple for Jack Basir, and that's nothing unusual, Jimmy, for USC. The Trojans had a good year in their first year in the Big Ten. They were second in the Big Ten in doubles and led the Big Ten in triples and led the Big Ten in hits. So it's a good offensive club. That's their 16th triple of the season, and Jack Basir gets one with 2 outs. Now Maximo Martinez, the batter. Queen works from the stretch, delivers, fastball swung on and missed. 0-1 the count.
Never really once did I think that Cannon Reader was going to catch that ball. It might have been, sometimes you'll talk about a wasted throw, that might have been a wasted dive, but he's caught everything, and so
right.
I guess you got to find out what you can't catch.
The strike one pitch is line to left, base hit. So the Trojans get a 2-out triple and a run, and that's big because the momentum was clearly in the Beavers camp, and Queen looked like, okay, he's ready to just mow him down 1, 2, 3. He had an 0-2 count on Basir and gave up a triple. Now a base hit from Maximo Martinez. The Beavers 4 and USC 1, and the batter is the catcher, Richard Tejada.
If that's how you're going to give up your runs, and that's how you got to do it. I mean, if they earn it, if they smack a ball in the gap, and then the next guy lines a single to left, then you got to tip your cap. Wyatt Queen's just got to keep doing what he's doing, pounding that strike zone with fastballs and breaking balls.
The right-hander to the plate, breaking ball, swung on and missed. 0-1 the count, a throw down to first. Maximo back to the bag. Martinez 2 for 2 in stolen bases. Richard Tejada at 260 with a homer. 12 runs batted in. 4-1 Beavers, bottom of the second. The Beavers need to win to have another chance to keep their season going tomorrow. A throw to first, and back to the bag dives Maximo Martinez. A triple and a base hit with 2 down. Gets USC on the board. The Trojans finishing 35-21 during the regular season, 18-12 in the Big Ten, starting 37-21 with their 2 wins here in the regional. A topper to the left of the mound, barehanded by Queen, off-balance throw, and he throws it into foul territory. Backed up by Tice Peterson, and it's a base hit, I would imagine, and then an error on Queen on the throw. Runners at first and third and 2 down. And the leadoff hitter and a good hitter, Braden Dowd, coming to the plate.
One of those unfortunate, full swing, and the ball kind of ends up sort of in no man's land. But I think Richard Dorman's going to come out and talk a little bit. But there has to be some communication, and Carowway has to play that ball.
He's the only guy who has a real chance to get an out. Yeah. The Wyatt Queen tried to make the play on his own. Fielded it cleanly, but then awkwardly kind of stumbled into the pivot to try to throw it. Threw it by Tice Peterson. Tice chased it down, but on the play, Maximo Martinez to third. Richard Tejada aboard on the infield single. Runners at the corners. A throwing error charged to Queen. You look up there, Jimmy, we're in the second. The Beavers 4 runs, 4 hits. USC has 5 hits. We're in the second, and Braden Dowd, who led off the bottom of the first with a single to right, coming to the plate.
What number do you have in your book for Braden Dowd?
Well, I've got him at number 16. He's wearing 18, isn't he?
Was he 18 the first time?
Well, he's listed at 16 in the official lineup card, but
I'm assuming that's him.
He is wearing 18, unless the Trojans have made that's
a new hitter. I believe.
And Dowd was the hitter thrown out at the plate. He might have gotten hurt on the plate.
There you go.
Yeah. So the pinch hitter for USC will be Cade Higgins. And he might have played in the field too. If so, it was something lost on us in the hurly-burly of trying to get into this second game. But it is Cade Higgins, the batter. A throw to first base, and Richard Tejada dives back. Cade Higgins at the plate with runners at first and third and 2 down. In the bottom of the second, the Beavers leading 4-1, and what has happened a little bit is the rollicking atmosphere here in the ballpark. Beaver Nation just absolutely going crazy. And a little more pensive mood now with the Trojans stringing together 3 straight hits with 2 outs and a run. Higgins takes high and away, ball 1 from Wyatt Queen.
You mentioned Basir having attended 3 different colleges. This is also the 3rd college for Higgins. 5th-year player, 2 years at Arizona State, 2 years at UNLV.
Breaking ball outside, ball 2, 2-0 to Dowd with Ethan Hedges on deck. The Beavers with a 4 spot in the top of the inning, and we're 2 outs, nobody on, and an 0-2 count on Jack Basir. And here we are now with the triple, 2 singles later. First and third, 2 down, a run in. The pitch is hit high in the air to left and playable for Gavin Turley. Gavin is right there and straightaway left to make the catch. The inning is over. USC, though, looks hitterish. So do the Beavers. They look butterish. The Beavers give up a run, but through two, not bad, in a game the Beavers are fighting for their lives in to try to play their way into tomorrow. After two, the Beavers 4, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Beaver fans. Holt Ag Solutions is proud to be your premier dealer for top tractor brands like Massey Ferguson, Fendt, and more right here in Oregon. With expert technicians and quality parts, we are here to support your operation from start to day.
Relax and unwind at Seven Feathers Casino Resort.
Whether you're staying overnight in their award-winning hotel or lounging in your RV at their top-rated RV resort, all of their amazing amenities are available to you.
Dine at the new Cow Creek Marketplace. Cow Creek
With a massage, facial, pedicure, or all free at River Rock Spa.
There's something for everyone at Seven Feathers Casino Resort. I-5, exit 99 in Canyonville. Your place to play. Proudly owned and operated by the Cow Creek Umpqua Tribe.
Are you 55 plus in the community? Have you ever wanted to be an Oregon State cheerleader? P3 Health Partners can make it happen. Go to osubeavers.com/senior cheer squad to learn more. And all stolen bases by the Beavers in 2025 are brought to you by Steel. In baseball, being good means being consistent. Consistency in outdoor power equipment is Steel strength. Real Steel. Find yours. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. Top of the third inning, the Beavers 4, USC 1. Gavin Turley struck out on his first at-bat tonight. Gavin with an RBI base hit in the top of the ninth inning in the 20-3 win over St. Mary's. It establishes him as the Beavers' RBI king with 180, and he hopes counting. Andrew Johnson, the freshman, to the plate. Turley, a high drive to left. If it stays fair, it has a chance to be gone. Martinez back. If it's fair, it's gone. It's fair. So long. He is counting and adding on. A homer for Turley. The Beavers lead it 5-1.
And Andrew Johnson saying, what the heck? That's a good pitch. That pitch was on Gavin Turley's hands, and he got to it. And the only question was, did he hit it just too high like Arquette in the first inning of the first game? But he got more of it than that, and the wind, no wind.
Right.
And the left fielder kind of gave us a little bluff like he was going to catch the ball, and he didn't. That's a big run because the Beavers got the 4, and then the USC fought back, got the run, and boom, you get it right back.
First pitch to Wilson Weber, misses the 1-0 offering, a breaking ball from Andrew Johnson, ball 2, 2-0. 5-1 Beavers in the third. No activity in the USC bullpen. The 2-0 pitch, a breaking ball strike, and the count 2-1 to Weber. And RBI for Gavin Turley, extending his lead in the career home run department as well as the runs driven in. A chopper back of third. Joey Wong remembers, he backs up, makes a play, and Beaver Nation cheers on Joey as they did during his days as a player, including 2007 in the Super Regional against Michigan when he got the only hit for the Beavers against Zach Putnam to beat Michigan 1-0. Weber smashes one toward the gap into left center field. Cade Higgins chasing the ball down. It caroms into his glove, and Weber pulls into second with a double.
He just continues to impress. He was kind of mad at himself. The pitch before was just a hanging breaking ball, and the mistake he made is he tried to just pull that ball out of the park. And if you want to pull that ball out of the park on a breaking ball, try to hit it up the middle, stay with it, and you will pull it out of the park. Instead, he tried to and chopped it foul, and then he got a fastball the next pitch and hammered it to the left center gap.
The Beavers have hit 10 home runs now, Jimmy, in this Corvallis Regional after the Turley solo shot.
They led coming in with 6, I believe, before the day.
Yeah, they hit 3, including Trent Carowway, who's homered in each game of the Regional, comes to the plate now with the Beavers leading 5-1 in the top of the third inning. Trent an infield single in the second inning where the Beavers scored 4 times. The pitch to Carowway, breaking ball. He got out in front. A high pop foul off third. Ethan Hedges has a look. This carries into the lower grandstand, adjacent to the Beavers dugout on the third base side. No balls and 1 strike to Trent.
Same thing, hanging breaking ball out over the plate. You don't want to try to pull it. If you try to just stay through it, you'll end up pulling it because of that ball. It's out. It's slowing out over the plate.
Jackson Baker, a right-hander, beginning to loosen up in the Trojans bullpen back of Andrew Johnson. The Beavers 4 runs last inning, a run here in the third. Weber at second, nobody out. The strike 1 pitch to Carowway, rolled slowly up along third, foul. And Trent down in the count 0-2 with A.J. Singer on deck. Pretty big for Trent now in a 2-strike approach here, Jimmy, to try to find a way to at least get the ball to the right or deep enough in the air to get Weber moved with nobody out.
He's doing a good job of using that right field and staying closed.
Johnson's strike 2 pitch is hit towards shallow right center field. It's a long run, and in the end, too long for both outfielders, and the ball goes by Cade Higgins. Rounding third is Wilson Weber on his way to the plate. The relay to the plate, safe at the plate. And into second base goes Trent Carowway. The Beavers lead it 6-1.
The second head first slide into home in as many innings. And Wilson Weber might have gone to the slide a tad too soon. I was wondering if he was going to be able to make it all the way and through the legs of the catcher. But he just did get there in time, and his speed has improved.
It has
of all
improved,
the other things,
yeah.
I mean, the speed, I noticed it on the double he hit, and then that was a good read.
Yeah, it was an excellent read as a base runner.
Yeah.
Here comes Andy Stankiewicz, and he's going to go to the bullpen here in the second inning with the Beavers opening up the lead to 6-1 in a ballpark, Jim, that is as full of life and energy. I'm not saying that I've ever heard him. We've had some big-time moments through the years here, but you understand what I'm saying. I mean, they're giddy here tonight with the variety of ways the Beavers are on the attack and the defensive work in the first inning. I mean, this crowd is into it.
You know, you mentioned earlier about sometimes, baseball, it can be so hard. I mean, maybe you look at Jacob Craig, just can't buy a break, can't get a break. There was times with Dallas Macias, just can't get a break. A.J. Singer went through some times. Easton Tolt went through some times. Trent Carowway went through some times. And now here he is on the other side. And it's like everything he touches is gold. I mean, he didn't hit that ball well at all.
No, he didn't.
But it turns into an RBI double.
Jackson Baker into the ballgame. The Beavers leading 6-1. Carowway at second. Nobody out. Back after this in the bottom of the third on the Beaver, top of the third on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Established in 1983 as a family-owned business, Wilson Equipment proudly stands as an authorized full-line dealer of Bobcat compact equipment, serving the communities of Medford, Eugene, and Salem. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done, including tough Bobcat mowers, easy-to-use mini excavators, classic skid steer loaders, and new compact wheel loaders. From sales, service, rental, and hauling, Wilson Equipment has all your bases covered. Visit www.wilsonequipment.net where you're guaranteed a grand slam.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
Forget that boring breakfast. Buy a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, like a sausage McMuffin with egg, and get another one for just $1. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Bottom of the third inning, or top of the third, pardon me. It's still difficult seeing the Beavers at home coming out of the third base dugout. They are the visitors again. They were the visitors in the opener. That's fine with me. They scored 20 runs as visitors in the opener. A 20-3 win over St. Mary's to stay alive and give themselves the opportunity in the beautiful cool of the evening tonight here in the mid-Willamette Valley. We're in the top of the third, 6-1 Beavers, an RBI double for Trent Carowway, who's 2 for 2 tonight in this ball game, and 6 for 10 for the Corvallis Regional with 3 home runs. And now A.J. Singer, the batter, against the new right-hander into the ball game. Jackson Baker. We'll see if the Beavers have the short game going again. They don't, and Baker a little firmer, it appears, than Andrew Johnson. Throws a fastball for a strike. 0-1 the count.
Fastball at 93 miles an hour. 2-1 record with a 4.57 ERA. 14 appearances, 5 starts for Baker, but only 21 2/3 innings.
The strike one pitch. Singer gets the bunt down up along first. He's in the designated lane. The shovel to first is just in time on the underhand toss from Tejada, but Singer the sacrifice bunt. The Beavers are using the short game. To me, it shades of Omaha against North Carolina in 2006. Bunt after bunt. That befuddled the Tar Heels then. And here A.J. Singer with a sacrifice 2-3 to move Trent Carowway to third and bring Cannon Reeder to the plate, and he may bunt yet again. The Beavers lead at 6-1.
Infield in for USC, and that's the third bunt that Singer's had today. He had that nice 9-iron bunt earlier in the first game, and then 2 times today here in this game.
The infield in all the way at the edge of the green. The pitch to Reeder, flailed at and missed. He got out of himself a little bit there, and he's talking to himself as he comes out of the box. That pitch missed by plenty. And Ryan Gibson right now is saying, okay, let's have an offensive timeout and talk about it. I think he doesn't want to talk to everybody. He just wants to talk to Cannon Reeder here.
Yeah, and USC may think he's talking about bunting, but they're not. He decided he was going to hit a fastball there, and here he went, and unfortunately it was a breaking ball. Ask me if I've ever done that.
Have you ever done that?
Hundreds of times. Hundreds.
OSU Hall of Famer Jim Wilson sharing the truth. He's a Hall of Famer and did it hundreds of times. Baseball's a hard game. Ryan Gibson with a smile on his face as the meeting between Gippy and Cannon Reeder broken up by home plate umpire Derek Malika. Cannon regroups back to the plate. 0-1 the count. 1 out, infield in for the Trojans. Trent Carowway at third. The Beavers trying to add to their advantage, up 6-1. Trying to take early command of this one and keep their season alive. Jackson Baker delivers. Same thing. Pitch not quite as bad, and I don't think Reeder
didn't see it.
Just didn't pick it up. 0-2 the count as he swings and misses again.
And this is actually a hard time. If there's a time of the day, night, whatever, to see the ball, this is it. Sort of the twilight.
The strike 2 pitch to Cannon.
Why not?
Yeah, a breaking ball way outside. Reeder lays off in the count 1-2. Dallas Macias on deck. The Beavers 4 runs in the second, 2 in the third, and hungry for more with Carowway at third and 1 out. Jackson Baker with a 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball got him swinging. And that's why when you think about that, and maybe you don't have a big book on Baker, you don't know a whole lot about him, that's why the bunt would not necessarily have been a bad thing, although USC did have the infield in. Yeah. But you understand the short game has worked pretty effectively tonight, and Reeder's a good butter, but they let him hit away. He strikes out on breaking balls. And now Dallas Macias, who had a safety squeeze bunt last inning, hitting away now, trying to add to the Beavers' lead. Jackson Baker delivers. Fastball inside, ball 1. 1-0.
Third baseman Ethan Hedges isn't convinced he's swinging away as he's playing in what you would call the grass.
Baker has 9 wild pitches. There is that. Carowway at third with 2 down. The 1-0 pitch down and in. Ball 2, 2-0.
He does have a whippy arm, and the breaking ball clearly. I mean, the 1-0-2 breaking ball probably broke 3 feet.
Yeah, it was a pretty filthy looking pitch in the sense of the movement on it. It ended up getting Trent Carowway at third with Reeder striking out on the 3 swing and miss breaking balls. 2-0 to Dallas Macias. Carowway at third, 2 down. Fastball a little low, ball 3, 3-0. Tice Peterson on deck.
Peterson has quietly been a very, very hot hitter for Oregon State, and that, all of a sudden here he comes. He's in the 9-hole, and he's been very good. Homered in 2 consecutive games in this tournament.
The 3-0 pitch down and in, ball 4, and so that hot hitter you refer to, Tice Peterson, comes to the plate. A little more vulnerable in theory from Sean Allen, the pitching coach for USC, and the Trojans' way of thinking that the breaking ball may play a little bit more well for the right-hander Jackson Baker here. Certainly with Cannon Reeder it did. Now first and third and 2 down, 6-1 Beavers in the top of the third. The catcher, Richard Tejada, out in front of the plate. What is the catcher communicating there, Jimmy?
Their first and third defense, what he's going to do. He's either going to throw through.
The pitch is down and away, ball 1-0.
Usually you talk about who you're going to play. Are you going to play the runner for going from first to second, or are you going to play the runner at third? And there's different plays. You come up, go straight to third. You could fake, big full arm fake, or you can just go through, play.
Or cut the ball.
Or cut the ball to the pitcher.
The 1-0 pitch away, ball 2-0. Now, Aaron Meisel, who has been a very happy director of ticket operations with the Beavers and their record crowds this weekend, was pointing out something out on the Baker resume, namely ball 4. 2 balls and no strikes, first and third, 2 down. Baker from the stretch comes to Tice Peterson outside, ball 3-0.
Yeah, Baker, he doesn't have as many innings, just 21.2, and in that time has 17 walks.
In 21 and 2/3.
Yeah, but now he's got, obviously, tack one more onto that, and 2 here in a second, maybe.
3-0 the count to Tice Peterson. A meeting at the mound. Shortstop Bryce Martin Grudzelanek comes over. The catcher was out briefly as well to try to help Jackson Baker rediscover the strike zone. 3 balls and no strikes to Peterson. Easton Talt on deck. 6-1 Beavers in the third. The 3-0 pitch outside, ball 4 to load him up. The Trojans have a left-hander loosening now with Easton Talt. The left-hand hitter coming to the plate. Sacks full, 2 down, 6-1 Beavers trying to bust it here in the top of the third. And here comes Sean Allen. I'm told that Andy Stankiewicz makes the changes, so we're assuming this is just a visit by Sean Allen, the first-year pitching coach. 2 years at Ohio State. 6 years prior to that was at Texas and was a D1 baseball assistant coach of the year with the Longhorns in 2021. So he knows his craft. And if he is out there, that means they're not ready to make a move yet. Trying to get him settled down with Talt at the plate, bases loaded, 2 down. 2 runs across in the inning. The Beavers leading 6-1.
Sean Allen has definitely coached at some big-time schools. Of the 2, Texas plays big-time baseball. I'm not ready to give Ohio State that credit for that quite yet, though they do play football, I understand.
I have heard of them. Beaver Baseball brought to you by Pacific Office Automation. Local people respond. Local people make decisions. Local people make sure you're happy. Pacific Office Automation, problem solved. And our local people, they have been into it all day long. The Beavers beating St. Mary's to survive and advance, leading USC 6-1 here in the third, hoping to survive and advance into a winner-take-all game tomorrow. Easton Talt at the plate, bases loaded, 2 down. Jackson Baker to the plate, a strike, and the count 0-1. Talt with a sacrifice bunt last inning, grounded to third in his first at-bat. Bases full, 2 down. Out of the stretch works Jackson Baker. The strike 1 pitch, a ground ball to second, fielded by Avery Covarrubias, and he throws Talt out to retire the side. The Beavers get 2, they leave 3. A nice visit by Sean Allen to kind of rein his pitcher back in, and the Beavers leave the sacks full. We go to the bottom of the third. The Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Roth Home is your one-stop solution for all things home repair. From plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, and even garage doors, we've got your home covered. Our team of expert technicians are ready 7 days a week to tackle any problem, big or small. We're more than just a home services company. We're your partners in maximizing home comfort. When your home needs the best, trust Roth Home, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics. Visit us online at callroth.com or over the phone at 503-266-1249 and schedule your appointment today.
Searching for a job, a mentor, or a candidate to fill your open vacancy? Find what you're looking for with alumni from Oregon State University. OSU Connections is a networking and career site exclusively for OSU alumni and students. List your Beaver-owned business in a directory, browse or post on the job board, talk to an OSU grad working at your dream company, or seek out advice as you change industries. Leverage your network at osuconnections.org.
Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Knife River. Knife River is building Beaver Nation and making community stronger. Knife River, a people-first company. Bottom of the third inning. The Beavers leading USC 6-1. The Beavers have some interesting postseason history, a sort of an addendum to our Hall in America matchup history, in that the Beavers have played now, this being the 6th time in postseason play. I mean, these are two old PCC schools, and they've battled a long time. 1951, the Beavers and Ralph Coleman lost 2 of 3 at Bovard Field at USC. In 52, en route to Omaha, the Beavers won 2 here in Corvallis. In 58, Pat Gillick, Ron Fairley and company came here and won 2 games at Goss to advance to a national championship that year. The Beavers lost 2 of 3 at USC in 1963. And the most recent postseason meeting, the most precious, Andy Jenkins, now coaching at first, was playing first when Lucas Duda hit the chopper. Dallas Buck delivered the pitch. Andy stepped on the bag, and the Beavers were on their way to Omaha, winning that super regional against the late Mike Gillespie's club in 2005. First pitch from Wyatt Queen misses here in the bottom of the third inning. The 1-0 pitch to Ethan Hedges misses again. Ball 2, 2-0. Hedges doubled to the gap in right center field. And it appeared for all the world that it would be an RBI 2-bagger. The Beavers executed 8-6-2 for the out at the plate. The 2-0 pitch, Hedges taking all the way. Takes a strike from Wyatt Queen. 2-1 the count. Hedges, Bryce Martin, Grudzelanek, and Adrian Lopez for the Trojans in the third. 2 balls and a strike. Queen back to the plate. A check swing roller up along first, right at Tice Peterson. He will take it himself in front of the bag. 1 away. And that's a credit to Queen for the nastiness of the pitch, Jim. It was a ball, and it was going to go to 3-1, but it had enough on it and up and in, riding in on the hitter Hedges, who couldn't do much with it, and it's a slow roller for an out.
Yeah, that's a good break for Oregon State, and by all accounts, Hedges is not swinging the bat. He's trying to get out of the way, but the ball rode up on him, and fortunately for Oregon State, the ball stayed in play and was right at first base. That's if a left-hander does that, sometimes that's a base hit. You know, if obviously that ball going to third.
Bryce Martin Grudzelanek takes a fastball for a strike from Wyatt Queen. 0-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the third, 6-1 Beavers.
It's about the time you start thinking that the week off is good for you. Everybody else a little tired, having played through tournaments.
The strike 1 pitch, swung on and missed, and the count 0-2. Jimmy, is that the hard slider? Because Queen is a 4-pitch mixed guy.
No, he throws a bigger curve, sort of. But that was the slider, I believe.
And a gyro, too, that Rich Dorman talks about. Some gyro action with more of a downward type of tilt to it. The strike 2 pitch, fastball up and away. 1-2 the count to Martin Grudzelanek, whom Queen fanned looking in the first.
Probably throw him that same pitch that tried to get that slider right on the outside edge.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Fastball away, ball 2. 2-2. Adrian Lopez on deck.
They've got some good-looking bodies. I mean, I looked at that. Cade Higgins came in. He's a center fielder, and he just about 6'3", 200
Haven't
pounds.
the Trojans in all sports always had that? The 2-2 pitch on the way. Got him swinging with a breaking ball. 2 down.
They look like a Big Ten team coming in.
Yeah. No, we've seen USC coming off the bench, off the bus in football.
Oh, boy.
And haven't always left on the bus happy, though, as we well have seen. But, boy, they look good. Coming through down a tunnel and off the bus, no matter what coach or what era. That's always been true. 2 down, bottom of the third. Adrian Lopez, the batter, popped out to end the first inning. Wyatt Queen was 2 outs, nobody on last inning, and the Trojans banged out 3 straight hits for a run. 6-1 Beavers, breaking ball, swung out and missed. 0-1 the count to Lopez.
The beautiful thing about that, Mike, is if you do it the other way, you get the 3 straight hits. Those other 2 outs might produce a run.
Right. Queen, trying to retire the Trojans in order, comes to the plate and misses to the backstop. 1-1 the count. But as we mentioned, USC, a very resourceful offensive club. 12 national championships, the most decorated program in that respect in College World Series history. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball, a topper slowly. Tough play for A.J. Singer. Fields throws to first, just in time for the out. Singer charging it behind the mound, makes the play. The inning is over. The Beavers executing the game well. We're through 3. The Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
With a great selection of new Toyotas, everyone knows your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer, even your pet parrot.
Right, your summer starts here.
Well said.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 2nd.
Toyota, let's go places.
Established in 1983 as a family-owned business, Wilson Equipment proudly stands as an authorized full-line dealer of Bobcat compact equipment, serving the communities of Medford, Eugene, and Salem. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done, including tough Bobcat mowers, easy-to-use mini excavators, classic skid steer loaders, and new compact wheel loaders. From sales, service, rental, and hauling, Wilson Equipment has all your bases covered. Visit www.wilsonequipment.net, where you're guaranteed a grand slam.
With a great selection of new Toyotas, everyone knows your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer, even your pet parrot.
Right, your summer starts here.
Well said.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 2nd.
Toyota, let's go places.
This is the RAV 4th inning, presented by your local Toyota dealers. Now, back to the game.
Through 3 innings at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field, the Beavers 6 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The USC Trojans 1 run, 5 hits, and no errors. Right-hander Jackson Baker in the 4th, preparing to face Iva Arquette, Gavin Turley, and Wilson Weber. And before Baker deals with Arquette, as we're just a little shy of 9 o'clock on this beautiful Sunday evening in the Mid-Valley. Let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. Iva Arquette is flied to right and struck out. Jackson Baker from the stretch with nobody on. The whip-like right-hander, hard thrower, misses down and away. Ball 1 to Iva with Gavin Turley, who homered in his last at-bat on deck. The Beavers 4 in the second, 2 in the third. Go to work here in the 4th, up 6-1. Baker's 1-0 pitch, a strike, and the count 1-1.
That's a good pitch, right on the outside edge. There was a couple in his last at-bat, the first 2 fastball strikes I thought were more hittable.
6'1", 180 sophomore delivers to Arquette, who sprays one foul past the Omaha room and well out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. The right-hander Jackson Baker, a transfer from Alabama, began his collegiate career in Tuscaloosa and now comes west. He grew up in Austin. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Iva, breaking ball away. He had 1 appearance at Alabama last year. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Iva Arquette.
You mentioned Austin, as in Austin, Texas. The number 2 seeded Texas Longhorns.
Out of the tourney.
Along with the number 1 seed.
Arquette rips one by the diving shortstop, Bryce Martin Grudzielanek into left field. A leadoff single for Arquette. Nice piece of hitting by Iva.
Through the shift. I mean, they shifted. The shortstop was deep in the 6 hole, but this ball was ripped right past him.
Gavin Turley, the batter. Jimmy, the Beavers had 21 hits against St. Mary's. They have 8 here in the 4th inning now. Gavin Turley is struck out and homered. A towering drive to left in his last at-bat. And it just was up there for so long. If it's fair, I can't. If it's fair, it's fair? Is it going to stay fair? It stayed fair. Home run for Gavin. He's at the plate. He shows bunt and takes a strike.
He's just teasing.
Yeah, the count 0-1.
I don't know if he has a sacrifice in his career.
I think he does. And I will double check.
Certainly don't remember it.
Yeah, no, it's not one of the more memorable moments if he does. 0-1 the count. Arquette at first. Gavin not bunting. Takes high. And the count 1-1 strike. How about this, Jimmy? You said, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong team, dude. No, he had none coming into the season, and I don't think he's been asked to yet this year. We'll check. The answer is no. He never has never had one. He kicks a breaking ball in the dirt that bounces away from the catcher, Richard Tejada, and Arquette into second, as good as a sac bunt. There's Arquette at second for Turley on the wild pitch, and Gavin with a count of 2 balls and a strike.
So, some guys, they sort of evolve as a freshman. They don't play as much, this and that. Cole Gillespie kind of just build up, and as a junior, he blows up. Probably bunted a little in his first 2 years, but Gavin was good right away. I think 14 home runs as a freshman.
2 balls and a strike. He's looking for another run batted in. He takes high. He broke the record that he had shared with Michael Conforto over the entirety of after his 2-run home run to pull even with Conforto. But Michael, I remember, Pat Casey asked Mike even a couple of times. I remember him square, and I think he got one down. 3 balls and a strike to Turley. Fastball just outside, ball 4. And the discipline of the hitter, the growth of a hitter and ball player. Gavin Turley again happy to take his walk. First base open. They may have pitched a little carefully, but they've got a deal now with Wilson Weber with 2 on and nobody out. The Beavers leading 6-1.
Mike, I'll bet in my career, I bunted 30 or 40 times.
Oh, really? That's more than I would have thought.
And those are all on my own. Great way to get the RBIs when you're not swinging well. First and third, and all you can think is, I can't hit into a double play here. You just try to bunt for a hit, and you get your run.
Wilson Weber, the batter, 2 on, nobody out. Jackson Baker to the plate. Fastball down, ball 1. A guy by the name of Ted Williams, you've heard of him, Teddy Ballgame, bunted for a hit against the Shift in the 1946 World Series.
Sometimes they're just giving. A third baseman used to play me in the outfield, and it's anything down there on the left side was a hit.
6-1 Beavers in the 4th. Weber takes a fastball a little bit up. Ball 2-0 from Jackson Baker. 2 on, nobody out. Top of the 4th. 6-1 Beavers. A left-hander throwing for USC beyond the left field gate. It appears to be Ben Cushney. 2-0 to Wilson. Fastball for a strike, and the count 2-1.
These next 2 hitters, this is big for USC. It's big for Oregon State, but both Wilson Weber and Trent Carowway, first and second, no outs, you think bunt, but neither one of these guys are bunt candidates.
Arquette at second, Turley at first, nobody out. The 2-1 fastball just outside, ball 3. Disciplined take by Weber. 3-1 the count. Trent Carowway on deck. 6-1 Beavers in the 4th. Cushney, a lefty, loosening up back of Jackson Baker. Arquette a single, a walk to Turley. 3-1 to Wilson. Fastball hit foul down the right field line and out of play. That runs the count full to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
This is an interesting for USC because you'd love to go to a breaking ball and try to get him swinging, thinking fastball count. But boy, if you miss and he's disciplined and lays off at the end, the bases are loaded.
3-2 the count to Wilson, and a bluff by Jackson Baker. He throws to the second baseman, Avery Covarrubias. Jackson Baker and Richard Tejada the battery. Adrian Lopez at first, Covarrubias at second, Bryce Martin, Grudzielanek at short, Ethan Hedges at third, Maximo Martinez in left, Cade Higgins in center, Jack Basir in right. The 3-2 pitch to Wilson, fouled off again on the fastball again. It looks like they respected Wilson's strike zone command, and they're throwing him fastballs 3-2.
And you can tell that Weber's not just committing. He's late on those because he's making sure.
3-2 the count. 2 on, nobody out. 6-1 Beavers. The 3-2 pitch, another fastball. This one in on him, but he fought it off again and fouls it to the right and out of play.
Perfect approach. I mean, it's just it looks like, oh man, he's not quite getting there. He's not, because he's making darn sure that these pitches, they are fastballs. They're not breaking balls.
Arquette at second, Turley at first, nobody out. Another 3-2 pitch to Weber, hit sharply to the second baseman, bobbled by Covarrubias, goes to second for 1, and that's all. Weber hit it hard, but he was well played up the middle by Covarrubias for the force out on Gavin Turley. 4-6, 1 away, and Trent Carowway, the batter.
And again, I mentioned a moment ago, these two guys, Weber, Carowway, they're not bunt candidates. And this is that first and third Pat Casey safety squeeze. It's just not going to happen. Trent's going to be swinging away, and that's a good at bat. It didn't pan out, and probably should have been a double play had USC played their cards right. But that bobble, could be a big play there for Oregon State.
And it could have been, indeed, maybe should have been a double play, but the ball was smashed.
Yeah,
and hot to handle.
It was a good at bat.
Trent Carowway, the batter. Good slider. And he had Carowway fooled. Trent takes. Trent is inquiring, is it a called strike, a swinging strike, or both? Maybe both. 0-1 the count to Caroway. 2 for 2. And Trent, 6 for 10 in the regional. A home run in each game. First and third, 1 out. 6-1 Beavers. Takes the fastball inside, and the count 1-1.
I used to ask umpires all the time on swings, strike, and they'll tell you.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's funny.
Not so sure. Ivar Arquette at third, Wilson Weber at first. Caroway takes a strike. Fastball in the count 1-2. That pitch looked like, again, if Trent had it back, that's maybe a hittable pitch, but now he's 1-2, and he's been a pretty good 2-strike hitter of late.
I thought Baker quick pitched him a little bit.
Slide step, it looked like, even though he's not worried about the runner, Weber at first. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball taken, strike 3 called. 2 down. So Caroway, who has been locked in, the early Caroway from this 2025 campaign, looks at the called third. 2 down, and A.J. Singer, the batter, has been up twice, has sacrificed twice. Trying to make sure the Beavers don't miss out on an opportunity. First and second, nobody out. The momentum and all of the sort of intangibles have been rolling their way. Big-time defensive plays, a runner thrown out at the plate in the bottom of the first inning on a brilliantly executed relay play. Reader to Arquette to Weber. They want to keep that momentum rolling. Singer trying to provide a clutch 2-out hit, takes a breaking ball for a strike. 0-1 the count. Jackson Baker, obviously, trying to keep himself and his team in the game with a left-hander, Ben Cushney, throwing behind him.
Baker looks like he has a good combination, fastball, curveball, a good live fastball for sure, but the breaking ball has been pretty good.
He comes set with runners at the corners and 2 down, delivers a check swing on the breaking ball, down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, 9 wild pitches uncorked on the year by Baker, so Ivar Arquette alert to that. The runner at third. Gavin Turley at first and 2 down. 1-1 to A.J. Singer. 6-1 Beavers in the fourth. The 1-1 pitch is in there for a strike, and the count 1-2. He's done a pretty good job here in these last couple of hitters, Jimmy, I think, of changing the look, the angle, speed, the location. That was the same pitch he threw to Caroway to go ahead 1-2, and he ended up finishing Trent off. 1 ball and 2 strikes to A.J. Singer. Arquette at third, Turley at first, 2 down. Jackson Baker from the stretch. Comes to the plate. Runner goes. Breaking ball outside. The throw is high. And hesitating, Wilson Weber gets in. Now, I think the idea was to maybe get into a rundown.
Yeah.
But when the throw came in high, Weber did a nice job to say, well, I might as well just go in safely to second here. Do you see what I'm talking about, though?
Yes, I do. Yeah. And that's why Covarrubias wasn't even on the base.
Right.
It was sort of a short cutoff type of approach.
Second and third, 2 down. The 2-2 slider taken, strike 3 called, and the inning is over. And Jackson Baker with a huge sequence here for USC in terms of their legitimate life in this game. The Beavers had a chance to go up 7-1 with a fly ball, 8-1 with a base hit. But it's 6-1. That's still to the good. But Jackson Baker with back-to-back called third strikes on Caroway and Singer with a good breaking ball. And the Beavers leave 2 in scoring position. No runs, a hit, 2 left. At the end of 3.5, the Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small. With Crater Lake Spirits proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics, we're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Weyerhaeuser, a global leader in sustainable forestry and wood products manufacturing, is proud to offer a wide range of exciting career opportunities at our mills, distribution centers, and working forests across Oregon and Washington. Along with competitive wages, Weyerhaeuser offers full benefits and career growth and development opportunities in a great work environment with great people. Get started by applying online at wy.com/careers. Go Beavs! Weyerhaeuser is an equal opportunity employer.
All health plans do what's required. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Source Health Plans. With plans for individuals, families, employers, and Medicare eligibles, Pacific Source does more than what's required. Pacific Source Health Plans does what's right, not just what's required. Bottom of the fourth inning at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. We'll be getting another attendance figure shortly. Record crowds throughout the weekend. Will be close to 4,300 again for this Sunday night affair. The Beavers drew a record in the 20-3 win over St. Mary's, 4,368. Wyatt Queen to the plate. A bunt attempt missed by Avery Covarrubias. No balls and a strike on a good fastball, and not an easy pitch to bunt, as Covarrubias just found out. 0-1 the count.
Looked like he was trying to push that bunt towards second base.
Bottom of the fourth, 6-1 Beavers. Wyatt Queen retired the side in order in the third, delivers a breaking ball low, ball one. 1-1. Covarrubias, Augie Lopez, and Jack Basir for the Trojans in the fourth. The Beavers 4 runs in the second, Small balling their way to most of them, 2 runs in the third. The 1-1 fastball, knee high for a strike, and the count 1-2 from Wyatt Queen. Beaver fans getting into the spirit of things as they have been in all day, and tonight Brandon Boyce confirming, listening, saying he's never seen the crowd quite like this. A fly ball to shallow center field in the Gloman. Moving into the ball is Cannon Reeder to make the catch. Looking through the window and the glass here, Jimmy, and the lights and kind of a twilight feel. I wasn't sure if Reeder could see it. I didn't see it particularly well, but Cannon did. One away, and Augie Lopez the batter.
I just trust that everybody can see better than we can because this window does have that
and we have
effect.
The reflection. Yeah, we can see ourselves in this window trying to look through it.
I didn't ever thought of that. Wow, not bad.
Augie Lopez at the plate, struck out in the second. 6-1 Beavers in the fourth. Good pass. Maybe a slider. It's a slider for a strike, but it was at 86, Jimmy.
It was straight, I think.
Yeah. He took maybe a cut. Fastball, 0-1 the count to Lopez. Whatever it was effective.
It was on the corner.
The strike one pitch. There's another same pitch, slider, hard slider, strike two, swung on and missed.
And that's the one you were talking about, and I forgot the word you
Fastball.
used. But going down.
Or gyro.
The gyro.
The
action is straight down.
Growing up listening to a million games on the radio, I don't remember. The strike two pitch on the way, gyro ball, down and away, 1-2. I just don't remember hearing it. 1-2 the count. But it is 1-2 now with 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the fourth. 6-1 Beavers. Wyatt Queen and Wilson Weber, the Beavers battery. The 1-2 fastball away around the infield. Tice Peterson at first, A.J. Singer at second, Iva Arquette at short, Trent Carowway at third. Gavin Turley in left, Cannon Reeder in center, Easton Tolt in right.
Tice Peterson at first, A.J. Singer in short
Deep
right field.
The 2-2 pitch is outside, ball 3. So a good approach here by Lopez. Down in the count, 0-2, works it to 3-2. Jack Basir, who tripled in his only at-bat, on deck. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Beavers, a run, 5 hits for USC. The 3-2 pitch is lofted down the left field line. A long run for Gavin Turley. In fair territory is there, just shy of the line, to make the catch for the second out. That's good work by Queen.
Yes.
To get to a 3-ball count, fill up the zone, pitch to contact, get the out.
Make him hit it. And that's the thing. We said, the hits, five hits in the first 2 innings. You can't ask your guy. You can't say don't walk him, and then just you can't allow hits either. You just got to get that ball in the zone, change speeds, and hope for the best.
Jack Basir tripled to the gap in left center field in the second. He scored a run on the ensuing base hit by Maximo Martinez. He takes a fastball for a strike here. 0-1 the count. 6 straight retired by Queen, looking for another 1-2-3 frame. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 4th.
I thought the ball off Lopez's bat was going to be well foul, but
the strike 1 pitch, a looper to right field. Easton Talt will play it on a hop base. Oh, my goodness, did it go by him? No, it didn't. Again, trying to see through this window, Jimmy. I thought the ball was taking a weird bounce beyond him. It didn't. Give me anybody have a sledgehammer? It's a base hit to right for Jack Basir. A 2-out single, and the batter will be Maximo Martinez. Really, I thought the ball was taking kind of a funny hop. Did you see what I see?
I saw something weird. I didn't see what you saw.
Okay, thank you.
But I kind of got it when you sort of raised your voice there.
Maximo Martinez, the batter.
Starting to really question what I was seeing.
Yeah. Little Jack Jones, a throw to first, and do you hear what I hear, see what I see? I mean, all of that, it takes me back to the Jack Jones Christmas album. A throw to first, and back to the bag goes Basir. Had the throw been on the bag, Basir might have been out.
Yeah, no, he was leaning the wrong way. And a good quick move from Wyatt Queen.
Wyatt Queen giving up the 2-out single to Basir. He did so in the second. That led to a run, a 2-out hit. Now the first pitch was a breaking ball swung out and missed by Martinez, who singled to left field to drive in Basir in the second inning. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 4th.
That's a good slider. I mean, he really has a plus slider. He's able to locate that on the outside edge at about 85.
Wyatt from the stretch in the turf and bounces away from Wilson Weber. Wild pitch. Down to second base goes Basir, and this combination of Basir and Maximo, they have a chance to produce a run again with 2 outs and nobody on. With a bloop single to right on a pretty good pitch. I mean, that happens. The Beavers have had their share of those today in beating St. Mary's 20-3 and leading tonight 6-1. USC trying to scratch and claw their way back in, but they do have the luxury that if they can't, there's always tomorrow. The pitch on the way. Fastball, a check swing, no appeal. Home plate umpire Derek Malika raises the right arm on his own. And the count 1-2 to Martinez. Jack Basir at second with 2 down. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 4th, trying to play their way into a winner-take-all affair tomorrow here. The 1-2 pitch taken, strike 3 call on the fastball, belt high, and the inning is over.
Maximo thinking slider, and he got the fastball. Great job by Wyatt Queen to get out of it.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We go to the 5th. The Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mitch Canam teaches his team the values of hard work, dedication, and swinging for the fences. That's the same philosophy at Umpqua Dairy. For over 90 years, they've produced award-winning ice cream. Just like the Beavers baseball team, Umpqua Dairy has picked up its fair share of national championships through the years. Check out their flavor of the month at umpquadairy.com and find their Oregon-made ice cream at your favorite grocery store. Umpqua Dairy and OSU baseball, a home run combination.
Another whip-it-like live-action arm coming in for the USC Trojans. This time coming from the left side after Jackson Baker threw some really good breaking balls to keep the Beavers off the board in the fourth. But the Trojans change pitchers now to Ben Cushney, a 6'2 freshman out of Santa Clarita, California. Cushney taking over for Baker as we move to the fifth. 6-1 Beavers. Cushney on the season has had really good numbers. This is his 11th appearance. He's worked 12 2/3, has allowed just 5 hits. He's walked 7, struck out 11 in his 12 2/3. Teams have hit just 128 against him. So it's not a large sample size, Jim, but those are good numbers for a lefty. And I can just tell watching him warm up, long and lanky and kind of angular, and coming to the plate. I mean, it looked like it could be tough to pick the ball up on him.
Now his fastball got a lot of run in it. Couple of good breaking balls, but you're right. 10 appearances, 11.2 innings pitched, but the numbers are really good. Only 5 hits, 128 batting average against.
Cannon Reeder, Dallas Macias, and Tice Peterson coming to the plate for the Beavers in the top of the 5th inning. The Beavers leading 6-1. Wyatt Queen through 4 innings has made 64 pitches. That's all right. 16 an inning, and he can live with that. That's all right, and he looks strong and good.
Love to get through 6 and maybe into the 7th with him.
6-1 Beavers in the 5th. The breezes have died down considerably. They were whipping up earlier today. We've been here a long time. Cannon Reeder takes high and away, ball 1, 1-0. The Beavers eliminating St. Mary's earlier today, 20-3. Congratulations to the Gales, their second ever NCAA tournament appearance. And they got their first tournament win at the expense of the Beavers, putting the Beavers in this very difficult road, trying to come back through the loser's bracket. Reeder fouls one away in the count, 1-1. It almost looks like Cannon's taking a play out of the USC book, not making eye contact. He was looking away from the lefty Cushney and has his head down and now brings it up with Cushney ready to go. The 1-1 fastball a bit high, ball 2, 2-1.
All these new machinations with the clock and the rules, it's sometimes hard to keep track of.
Yes. The 2-1 pitch to Cannon, slider in there, strike 2, 2-2 the count.
Might even been a straight change. He throws a slider. He did show a changeup in the warm-ups.
2 balls.
Good fastball.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of a tough angle. The lefty's 2-2 pitch to Reeder. He's on the fastball, fouls it back, and the count remains 2-2.
Clock said 88 miles an hour on that fastball. A little movement.
2-2 to Cannon Reeder, top of the 5th inning. 6-1 Beavers. The 2-2 pitch bounces off speed in the turf. 3-2 the count to Cannon.
Looked like he saw that slider. Probably happy that Jackson Baker's out of the game.
Yeah, Reeder really, as we talked about in his last at-bat, after an RBI bunt in the second, struck out some good breaking balls in his last at-bat, and he swings here and misses, strike 3.
That might have been a straight change.
Yeah, and Cushney, I like his look. I mean, what the why and the wherefore of the small sample size, we don't know, but he looks like he knows what he's up to. 1 away, and Dallas Macias, the left-handed hitter, the batter, and even with the lefty matchup here, Dallas stays in, the left-hand hitting DH.
Cushney is a true freshman. Sometimes just takes a little bit of time to get adapted and adjusted.
First pitch to Dallas is a strike. 0-1 the count. Macias, the safety squeeze bunt and run batted in and is walked. The strike 1 pitch, boy, he got on top of one and ripped it foul into the lower grandstand of the Omaha Room. I hope everybody ducked out of the way of that. That got there in a hurry. 0-2 to Dallas Macias.
I think it's a good move here to keep Dallas, not make a move here in the 5th. Cushney's not going to be around forever. I mean, it's only got 12 innings on the year.
Strike 2 pitch up and into Dallas. 1-2 the count. 6-1 Beavers, top of the 5th inning.
Already in the 5th inning, USC on their 3rd pitcher.
Cushnie's 1-2 pitch pulled down the right field line in the corner, foul. The count remains 1-2. USC has sent more players, Jimmy, to Major League Baseball than any program in history. 120 of them. The latest being Ryland Thomas in the Mariners system, called up a few weeks ago. TJ Mathewson tells me that Ryland is sort of a 4th or 5th outfielder type guy. The 1-2 pitch on the way, change, swung on and missed, strike 3, 2 down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cushney, and Beaver hitters have struck out 4 straight times. Tice Peterson, the batter, that sort of rambunctious, wild, rollicking spirit. Baseball games just take on a life of their own, and now it looks like people are kind of settled in for the long haul.
Middle innings.
The middle innings. You weren't going to run away and make it 23-1 or like 20-3 like you. And so here we go in the middle innings. The Beavers leading 6-1. 2 outs, nobody on. Tice Peterson hoping to get something going with Easton Talt on deck. Has singled, homer, run, and walk. The first pitch missing. The count 1-0. The 1-0 pitch foul to the right and out of play. One of Pat Casey's favorite trivia questions ever, as we've looked at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field attendance records, including earlier today for Game 1. Who was the winning pitcher in the first game ever in Goss Stadium? That's one of his favorite questions. He likes to ask it. And it's surprising given the competitive nature of Coach Casey. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. But I think it represented a step and a growth in the program. The answer,
Stanford guy?
Barry Zito, USC.
Oh, USC guy.
The 1-2 pitch in the turf, ball 2. He smiles when he says it, but it was Barry Zito, who became a future Cy Young Award winner, and USC and the defending national champion Trojans in this ballpark in 1999 in the first game ever at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field, won by Barry Zito and the Trojans. The 2-2 pitch just outside to Peterson, ball 3. 3-2. Zito, a Cy Young Award winner. They've had the big unit. They've had Randy Johnson, 1-5, a USC Trojan. Tom Seaver with 3.
Heard of him.
That's a good lineup.
Fred Lynn in center.
Yeah, Freddie Lynn, too. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch, a chopper off the glove of the pitcher, Cushney. The throw to first is not in time from the shortstop. Bryce Martin grooves a line. It'll be an infield single for Tice Peterson, and a good piece of hitting by Tice. He takes it back up the middle, and Cushney not able to flag it. The ball deflected off his glove. Martin Grudzielanek not able to get Peterson. It's a base hit, and Easton Talt, the batter.
Peterson 2 for 2 in the game and been on base all 3 times, having walked in the 3rd. Already the 4th plate appearance.
6-1 Beavers, top of the 5th. A 2-out single for Peterson. Easton Talt, the batter. Another left-on-left matchup. Ben Cushney throws to first, and Tice back to the bag. Talt has grounded to third, had a sacrifice bunt, and grounded to second. We're in the 5th. A 6-1 Beavers lead as the game is kind of settled in a little bit here in the middle innings. Wyatt Queen has pitched very well. The Beavers were hot early, 4 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd. Talt takes a fastball for a called strike. 0-1 the count. Beaver Nation not so sure, letting Derek Malika know of their uncertainty. No balls and 1 strike. Peterson held on by Adrian Lopez. Cushney from the stretch delivers, change, swung out and missed. That's been a good pitch for him, and he's ahead of the count, 0-2.
Definitely has some good breaking stuff.
And the shift, Jimmy, that unorthodox kind of shift. Ethan Hedges, the 3rd baseman, moving over to the right side of the diamond. Talt's a good butter. I mean, with 2 strikes, you wonder. He's got the whole of 3rd base at his disposal. A throw to first, and Peterson back to the bag. The count is, though, 0-2, but sometimes if you trust yourself enough as a butter, left on left, tough. I'm not expecting him to, but I'm just saying he could easily get a hit.
You can 100% square around, and they can do whatever they want if you bunt.
Another throw to first, and again, Tice Peterson back. The throws to first from Ben Cushney have kind of been sinkers, changeups on Lopez, who that time flat out dropped it. He had to go to a crouch to try to dig it out. Peterson at first, 2 down. 0-2 to Easton Tolt. Kushney delivers. Ground ball speared on the backhand by Lopez. Turns and takes it to the bag for the out to retire the side. The USC bullpen has kind of quieted things down a little bit. Wyatt Queen has been dynamic for the Beavs. He hopes to remain so as we go to the bottom of the 5th. No runs, a hit, a man left. After 4.5, the Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Beaver fans, Holland America has been sailing to Alaska longer than any other cruise line. Spot calving glaciers, breaching hunchback whales. With a cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Depart conveniently from the Pacific Northwest all summer long. Have it all with our 2025 early booking bonus and save 60% on the best onboard package. This offer is per person based on double occupancy and available on select departures. Restrictions apply. Visit hollandamerica.com for more details. Holland America, the official cruise line partner of OSU. Go Beavs!
Discover the heart of innovation and growth at the College of Agricultural Sciences, the founding college of Oregon State University. Since 1868, we have served as the engine of science that drives progress, supports industry, and offers education and opportunity for anyone to grow into their fullest potential. Here, students become leaders who will shape the future of food security, sustainable agriculture, and natural resource management. The College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University. Grow with us. Learn more at agsci.oregonstate.edu.
Bottom of the 5th inning, the Beavers leading USC 6-1. Wyatt Queen has made 64 pitches, has worked 4 innings, 6 hits, a run. It was earned, no walks and 4 strikeouts. And getting ready to face Richard Tejada, then back to the top of the order, Braden Dowd, or Cade Higgins, pardon me, and Ethan Hedges. Talking about the legendary tradition of the Trojans. National titles, the first in 1948. USC defeated George Bush's Yale team 2 out of 3 in Kalamazoo. And then won again in 58, going through Corvallis. Pat Gillick and Ron Fairley came here as part of one of Rod Dato's teams and eliminated the Beavers for the conference berth. 1961, 63, 68, 5 straight, 70-74. Then Dato won his last in 78. Mike Gillespie, the last national title in 1998. 21 College World Series appearances, 12 titles. They haven't been to Omaha since 2015. The first pitch missing high and inside, ball 1. 1-0. The first NCAA appearance since 2015. The pitch missing high, ball 2, 2-0 from Wyatt Queen on Richard Tejada, the 9-hole hitter, with the Beavers leading 6-1 in the 5th. Queen's 2-0 pitch, pop foul, back of the plate. The count 2-1. Andy Jenkins coaching at first. Jimmy, you remember in that 2005 Super Regional against the Trojans here, Andy hit for the cycle, and the Beavers beat the Trojans 10-8 in the decisive Game 3 to go to Omaha for the first time in 53 years. The 2-1 pitch swung out and missed in the count 2-2. I saw Andy's daughter Blakely in the ballpark today. I saw Andy's father Mike in the ballpark today. It pained me to see them both in Trojan gear because I'll always think of Andy Jenkins as a great Beaver, but he's a fine coach for USC now. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 5th. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count to Richard Tejada, who swings at the fastball, fouls it back and out of play. It remains 2-2.
Remember, he had a brother that was a running back for the Beavers.
Riley.
Yeah, and another brother that was a running back for Linfield at the time that they were making national championship runs at the NAIA level.
Tremendous athletic family. Andy Jenkins back in his home state. The 2-2 pitch is lined into left field. Base hit. Gavin Turley scoops the ball up off the turf and gets the baseball back in. A leadoff single for Richard Tejada. And Cade Higgins, the batter. Cade took over after Braden Dowd singled to right field and then tried to score, as I certainly thought he was going to score, on a double to the gap in right center by Ethan Hedges to get USC out of the gate a-flying.
But what would Lee Corso say?
Not so fast, my friend.
Out at home.
Out at home. 8-6-2. Amazing play. Cade Higgins at the plate. Takes just outside, ball 1. 1-0. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 5th. And Wyatt Queen pushing the pitch count up now to 71 in the 5th. The Beavers winning earlier today over St. Mary's 20-3 to stay alive, needing to win tonight to play into tomorrow in a winner-take-all. The 1-0 pitch is low. Ball 2. 2-0. Ethan Hedges on deck. Some moving around in the Beavers bullpen. I'll check and see if my correspondent Joe Van Horn has any news to report. The 2-0 pitch, a stroke to right, base hit. Easton Talt scoops it up, and here come the Trojans, Jimmy. A very good club, a hot club. 2 on, nobody out, bottom of the 5th with a lot of ball game to play, and their best hitter coming to the plate in Ethan Hedges.
A couple of good at-bats, too. The catcher in the 9-hole, Richard Tejada, did a nice job. I mean, he fought off a couple fastballs and ended up hitting a 2-strike breaking ball in the left field. Stayed tight, was a good swing, and then here's another good swing, bringing up Ethan Hedges.
Ethan Hedges ripped a ball to the gap in right center field in the first for a double, but it was not an RBI two-bagger. The Beavers Reeder to Arquette to Weber for an out. Rich Dorman on his way out to the mound as he sees what we all see. Do you hear or see what I see or hear what yeah, I know Jack Jones, but Rich Dorman recognizing 2 good at-bats for the Trojans, putting some pressure on Wyatt and the Beavers here in the bottom of the 5th. 6-1 Beavs. Now remember the Beavers' resiliency in that 05 Super Regional. Late in that, they had won the opener and came back on I think a Saturday. Might have been a Sunday night. There was a rain out perhaps mixed in. And the Beavers had late in that game, in about the 7th or 8th inning, like a 6 or 7 run lead. And USC came back and won it to force the decisive game the next day on a Monday. And I remember with being in Pat Casey's office before the game, getting ready to go into Casey's corner. And he said, that's a tough one to come back from. I'm pacing around Omaha on the line. And finally he said, Mike, you're more nervous than I am. We're going to be okay. And he was right, as he's right about most things. We got down to the interview, and the Beavers won it 10-8. Dallas Buck coming out of the pen for the final out. And what a glorious moment at the beginning of the run.
Yeah, it was.
But the point being that USC is USC. Even if they don't have Ron Fairley and Dave Kingman and Mark McGuire coming in, they still have a lot of talent and they're good. First and second, nobody out. Ethan Hedges looks at a slider that's deemed inside, evidently. Ball 1, 1-0. And in fairness, Wyatt has made some decent pitches that haven't been called strikes in the inning.
No, he hasn't pitched bad in the inning. It's just that USC has been able to put some good swings on these balls. He went with a curveball, the big curveball. I thought he dropped it in there for a strike.
And now the 1-0 pitch misses for ball 2. These things can get out of hand in a hurry, and Rich knows it well. And my assumption is somebody is beginning to throw with 2 on and nobody out, and a 2-0 count to Hedges. Bryce Martin, Grudzelanic on deck. 6-1 Beavers in the 5th. Big pitch here coming for Wyatt Queen. The right-hander out of the stretch to the plate, very high. Ball 3. He's away from loading him up. The Trojans trying to end the Corvallis Regional tonight. They dug themselves an early hole, but now trying to climb back out of it. 6-1 Beavers, 2 on, nobody out. 3-0 to Hedges. Queen to the plate. Ball 4 to load him up.
I think he might have lost it a little after the first 2. The first pitch was a big curveball. He changed up, and I think that's what one of the things Rich probably mentioned to him out there is, hey, just try to drop it. Forget the slider. Drop the curveball in there. Try to get ahead with that. And he probably felt like he did. And then the slider, has been a strike on that edge. Didn't get that call. Goes 2-0, and then missed bad with 2 fastballs.
Well, it feels like a moment of truth of sorts for the Beavers and trying to keep in command of the game. USC trying to wrest some of it back, and they have a great opportunity, too. Bases loaded, nobody out. Good slider, curveball, swung out and missed. 0-1 the count. Nice pitch for the right-hander Wyatt Queen throwing the slider on the first pitch for a strike. 0-1 to Bryce Martin Grudzielanek, whom he's fanned twice.
Yeah, the good hard slider at 85 miles an hour right on the edge.
The strike one pitch, fastball, a check swing taken high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Joe Van Horn reports that Kellen Oakes is up in the Beavers bullpen. The Trojans with the bases loaded, nobody out, down 6-1. They have a chance to make a move here. The Beavers infield at double play depth. Tejada at third, Higgins at second, Hedges at first, nobody out, very high on the fastball. Ball 2-1.
The Beavers would gladly trade a run here for that double play ball.
Oh, absolutely. An out of any kind would be helpful here. 2 balls and a strike, leading 6-1, but the Trojans making some noise, putting on some pressure. Wyatt Queen out of the stretch. The 2-1 breaking ball fouled at the plate, and the count 2-2.
Oh, yeah, I think you get the feeling that Grudzielanek is just not seeing the breaking ball as well. And if you can just land one of those, I think you got your guy for the third time.
Adrian Lopez on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bases loaded, 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 5th. Wyatt from the stretch delivers 2-2. A looping fly ball down the right field line. A long run for the Beavers' first baseman, Tice Peterson, trying to make the basket catch over the shoulder away from the plate and drops the ball. Everybody safe on the foul ball. Peterson with a tough chance, running away from the dish, couldn't find it, and had leather on it, dropped it, and the at-bat stays alive for Adrian Lopez, for Bryce Martin Grudzielanek.
That's a very tough play, and I'm really impressed that he got there.
Yeah.
I think the mistake he made, he thought about what he was going to do after he caught the ball.
Try to whirl around and hold the runner instead of doing job 1 first.
Yes.
2-2 the count to Bryce Martin Grudzielanek. Queen delivers, got him swinging on an off-speed pitch. 1 away. 3 strikeouts for Bryce Martin Grudzielanek. Wyatt Queen with a huge out because the double play is in order to get you out of the inning, with Adrian Lopez coming to the plate. Adrian has popped out and grounded to second. And when he grounded to second, it was the play made by A.J. Singer, Jimmy, where it felt like, oh my gosh, does Singer have a chance to make a play? He did, because Lopez didn't run down the line very quickly. And now here comes Rich. After the strikeout, that's going to be the ball game for Wyatt Queen, making 83 pitches. And the Beavers will make a move to Kellen Oakes, and Wyatt Queen will get the Ethan Kleinschmidt treatment.
I think he's a little surprised.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised, too, to be honest with you. But the fans on their feet ready to salute Wyatt coming out, and Kellen Oakes coming in with a call to the bullpen presented by Wilson Equipment. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done. Well, Queen has pitched a tremendous game. He's given the Beavers a great chance to win. He can't win it as he turns it over to Kellen Oakes, and Wyatt will come off the field to a well-deserved ovation again from Beaver Nation. Here it comes. Kellen Oakes in, bases loaded, 1 out, 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 5th. Back after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Scout the goat from Bend. Scout loves to help around the farm and enjoys rooting for the Beavers year-round. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
If you know your party's extension, press or say 1. To leave a message in our company mailbox, press or say 2. Spoiler alert, it will be full.
Representative.
Would you speak to your mother in that tone?
Speak to a real human being.
You shouldn't need to shout into the void to get your health insurance questions answered.
Pacific Source Health Plans. This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees.
Right-hander Kellen Oaks into the ballgame for the Beavers in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Beavers leading USC 6-1. Wyatt Queen, we can't close the book on him yet, but he was very good. He went 4 1/3, 8 hits, a run, earned, a walk, 5 strikeouts, 83 pitches. Now the runners on base, of course, belong to him. The Beavers leading 6-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Kellen Oaks comes on for Wyatt Queen, the pride of Canby High School, and to the Beavers again, another one of those road runners by way of Petey's outstanding program, Lynn Benton Community College. And he comes into the ballgame with the bases loaded to face Adrian Lopez. The Beavers hoping to turn 2. They have a shift on with 3 defenders on the left side, Carowway, Arquette, and A.J. Singer. Oaks out of the stretch. Kellen delivers. Fastball at 94. In there for a strike to Lopez. 0-1 the count. Oaks on the season making his 17th appearance, 32 1/3 with a save, 27 hits, 16 walks, 42 strikeouts, a batting average against of .223. The strike 1 pitch to Lopez, very high from Kellen, ball 1, 1-1.
I thought USC swung the bats very well thus far against Wyatt Queen. And Wyatt Queen was good. What he did best, he only walked the 1.
That came here in the 5th. The Trojans with the bases loaded, trailing 6-1. Oaks delivers, breaking ball, chased and missed. The pitch was out of the zone, and Lopez has not seen Oaks, and I think, do you think that played into Dorman making the move? 1-2 the count.
His choice was letting Adrian Lopez, the cleanup hitter, face Wyatt Queen for the 3rd time, or facing a Kellen Oaks that he's never seen before.
Kellen from the stretch, the 1-2 pitch taken. Down and away, ball 2, 2-2.
Yeah, we say on the 2-2 pitch, make it your full count pitch. I mean, whatever your best pitch is, you want a 2-2, you want it to happen.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Richard Tejada at 3rd, Cade Higgins at 2nd, Ethan Hedges at 1st, 1 away. The 2-2 pitch, fastball taken, strike 3 called, 2 down. A little run to it, Jimmy, catching the outside corner.
It was borderline, and Derek Malika gave Kellen Oaks the call, and it's a big one, as Oregon State has a chance to get out of this thing with no runs.
Avery Covarrubias, the batter. Bases loaded, 2 down. Covarrubias against Queen, grounded to short and flied to center. Kellen Oaks out of the stretch, delivers. Fastball away. Ball 1, 1-0.
Covarrubias bluffed as if he's going to bunt, and I just don't buy it.
6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 6th. The Trojans with the bases loaded and 2 down in this elimination game for the Beavs, trying to play their way into tomorrow in a winner-take-all. The 1-0 pitch a little low, ball 2, 2-0. Augie Lopez on deck. Big pitch for Kellen with the bases full and a 2-0 count. Slider chased. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. I'm really surprised he took a hack at that. With the count 2-0, he chased a pitch well out of the zone.
Yeah, that's not a very disciplined swing in a situation where that ball missed. That should be 3-0.
2-1 the count to Covarrubias. The pitch is hit foul off to the right and out of play, and you can hear Beaver Nation kind of, okay, we got our dude, Kellen Oaks, right here at 2 strikes with 2 outs and a chance to get out of it. Bases loaded, 2 down. 6-1 Beavers, bottom of the 5th. The fans rise into their feet. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Avery Covarrubias. Kellen Oaks out of the stretch. The right-hander delivers. Breaking ball, got him swinging. The inning is over. Kellen Oaks comes jumping off the mound. The Trojans had the bases loaded and nobody out. And the Beavers strike out the side. The Trojans leave 3 at the end of 5. The Beavers 6, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,300 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $19 million in wages going back into the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit BlueSunInc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Top of the sixth inning at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. The Beavers 6, USC 1 at BECU, a member-owned not-for-profit credit union. They're proud to support Oregon State Athletics, and they put their members' best interests first. BECU, Power and People, insured by NCAA, membership required. Restrictions apply. Jimmy, that was big time. Bases loaded, nobody out, and a strikeout by Wyatt Queen, the final batter that he faced in Bryce Martin Grudzelanic, and Rich Dorman pulls the Kellen Oaks lever, who comes in and strikes out the next two guys. That's pretty good work.
Looks like the right move. I mean, you wonder, Wyatt Queen strikes out the guy. Okay, now I'm coming out? Yes, now you're coming out, and the guy Kellen Oaks came in there and finished the deal.
The Beavers hope to ride some of that momentum now here in the top of the sixth with the crowd kind of re-energized. They were as loud, raucous as I've ever heard them, and I've had other people text and tell me the same. Brandon Boyce in particular says he's seen a lot of games at Goss. He's just never heard the energy level and the surge of noise in the crowd as much as he heard early when the Beavers opened up a 4-0 lead early. The first pitch, a strike to Iva Arquette from the left-hander Ben Kushney, who comes back and misses low. 1 ball and 1 strike, top of the sixth, 6-1 Beavers. Arquette, Gavin Turley, and Wilson Weber in the sixth. Kushney delivers, breaking ball that was up. Arquette took a rip at it, fouled it back, in the count 1-2.
Yeah, he got a good pitch to hit, and he took a good swing. Just fouled it straight back.
Iva has flied to right, struck out, singled to left. The Beavers 4 in the second, 2 in the third. Swings and grounds one into the hole and through into left field. Base hit. Iva kind of wearing out that 6-hole in this ball game today.
They're playing him. They're playing him to pull in the 6-hole, and he's still finding a way to get it through over there. Lead-off hit.
A ground single to left for Iva Arquette, the Beavers' 10th hit of this ball game, and thus their 31st of the day. And the batter is Gavin Turley, who has struck out, homered, and walked. 6-1 Beavers, top of the sixth inning.
He showed a bunt earlier.
Yes, he did.
And had he successfully bunted, it'd have been his first in his career.
He takes in the turf. Arquette reads and holds. 1 ball and no strikes, but against the left-handed pitcher here, home run king and RBI king. I think the show might have been the first of his career, and it may be the last. Certainly not now.
He's not bunting.
No.
Yeah, you see that ball in the dirt like that?
Yeah.
There was no guy in baseball that Ken Griffey Jr. He would just read that ball in the dirt, and if it wasn't caught clean, he didn't care if it bounced 2 inches away. He's gone, and his just natural speed. He was just unbelievable.
And you saw him do it. Oh. I get it, but Tim McCarver, the late great, said that the best base runner in all of that was Willie Mays. In terms of reading, going from first to third, scoring from second, nobody ever better. The 1-1 pitch is in the turf. Turley got a good read on it, and he's down to second on a wild pitch. I thought he waited too long before going, but he read the ball bouncing in front of Richard Tejada and gets the big 90 feet.
Griffey would have been there standing up. But Turley did it right. I'm telling you, teams practice that. They just watch the ball in the dirt. They really get that good. They assume it's going to get loose.
2 balls and a strike to Gavin Turley. Arquette at second, nobody out. 6-1 Beavers. Ben Cushney kicks and comes to the plate and in the turf again. 3-1 the count.
And all 3 of them have been in. The catchers had to at least go to his knees, or the ball didn't reach the catcher in the air.
Casey Stengel had a drill in spring training with the Yankees. He'd put his position players in catcher's gear and just throw the ball all over at their feet and said, see, you can get an extra base. This is hard to do. The 3-1 pitch to Gavin, taken low and inside. Ball 4 with Wilson Weber coming to the plate. 2 on, nobody out. 6-1 Beavers in the 6th. And I'm sure that was a drill that Mickey Mantle and everybody loved to do. Put on the catcher's gear and have Casey throw the ball around at you. But it was
just tell me.
It was a way to convince them, hey, look, this ain't easy.
No, I get it, but I'm saying, just tell me. I believe you. I believe you.
Right. You got to do that drill again, Professor. 2 on, nobody out, top of the 6th. Ivar Arquette at second, Gavin Turley at first. Wilson Weber, the hitter. Trent Carowway on deck. What about now? Wilson locked in, 2 on, nobody out. The pitch to Weber, a strike, knee-high fastball, 0-1 the count.
Weber's hit last at bat. I mean, he had a good at bat against Jackson Baker. 2 strike. He fouled 3 consecutive fastballs off to the right side. Then got a fastball down in the strike zone. It just drilled it, but right at the second baseman.
The strike 1 pitch again in the turf. Again, Tejada has to fight it. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. This kid Cushney doesn't look like he's easy to catch.
No. Or hit.
Yeah, nasty stuff. Ivar Arquette at second, Gavin Turley at first, nobody out. 6-1 Beavers, top of the 6th inning. Wilson Weber with a count of 1-1. Cushney delivers off speed, swung on and missed in the count 1-2. Good pitch.
Yeah, no, he's each time he's thrown that straight change, he's gotten good results.
Wilson has singled, had a bloop double, and a good at bat for a force play, 4-6. 2 on, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch to Wilson, fouled at the plate, and he got a fastball, or a hard slider breaking in on him, and he's able to fight it off. Good job by Weber. Again, you're saying that he did good work just to get deep into the count last time, and he fouled off a nasty pitch there. 1-2.
He was behind in the count early, and he worked it all the way to full.
Arquette at second, Turley at first, nobody out. Cushney's 1-2 pitch got him swinging. 1 away, another change that difficult for the hitters to pick up clearly. It's a good pitch for young Ben Cushney. 1 gone, the Beavers do not advance the runners. And here comes Trent Carowway, who's had a brilliant super regional, a strong end of the regular season, or a brilliant regional. I hope that's Freudian. With Trent Carowway coming to the plate with an infield single, a bloop, RBI double to center, and he struck out. 2 on, 1 out, 6-1 Beavers in the 6th. Cushney delivers a changeup hit high and deep to left. Back goes Maximo to the track, to the fence. So long! A 3-run homer for Trent Carowway, pumping his fist. He's homered in each game of the regional. The Beavers lead it 9-1.
Both of the Beaver home runs today have just been tall balls. I mean, hit just sky high to left field. And I wasn't so sure that it had the distance. I just thought maybe this just like that high pop-up like in the first game. And just like the Turley homer, it was well beyond the fence. And a 3-run homer at that. Goodness, Mike.
You know, Earl Weaver liked him, and he had a reason to. Yeah, Carowway has homered in each game of the regional. The Beavers have hit 11 homers in this regional. They lead it 9-1. The pitch, Jay Singer, high, ball 1, 1-0.
Could change the thinking a little bit as USC moves forward in terms of, you know, they start thinking about their arms and tomorrow.
Caden Aoki threw a masterpiece here on Friday night against TCU in a 13-1 pummeling. Maybe not a number of high pressure pitches. Singer takes high, ball 2,
But a
2
lot
and
of pitches.
1,
He
but
went 8 full.
114. Boy, he was good, and he shut the Beavers down last year at Great Park in Irvine in a 2-1 Trojans win. He was outstanding. He's their best. 114, tough to come back from. Singer swings and pokes one to shallow right. Going out is Covarrubias to haul it in. 2 down, and Cannon Reeder, the hitter. Boy, what a moment for Trent Carowway and the Beavers, Jimmy. 2 on, nobody out, goes to 2 on and 1 out, and again the Trojans just look like, are they going to get you again and put a 0 up again? Behold, a 3-run homer for Carowway.
And that's why, I mean, we sort of almost bemoan the fact, well, first and second outs, but you're not going to bunt with Wilson Weber and Trent Carowway. Well, that's why.
Yeah. 2 outs, nobody on. 9-1 Beavers. Fastball away to Cannon Reeder. Ball 1, 1-0. Well, what a jolt of life for the Beavers to see Trent Carowway come back late in the year. Reeder swings and fouls it back. The count 1-1. Jimmy, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I mean, I'm sorry to keep channeling Jack Jones. It's not even the holiday season, but here we go. The Reeder is the only, he's doing the USC looking down. He's not looking up at the pitcher, Kushney, until late. And I don't know if I've not seen him engage in that before.
I've not noticed it.
Nor have I, but USC pulled it earlier against Queen. Reeder swings and misses, and the count 1-2.
Doesn't seem to be seeing the ball well, both from guys on the left or the right side. That happens.
Cannon a bunt RBI single in the Beavers' 4-run second. Has since struck out in his last 2 at-bats. Down in the count here, 1-2. Kushney delivers away. Ball 2, 2-2. Trent Carowway a 3-run home run. 9-1 Beavers in the 6th. Trying to play their way into a Game 7 in the Corvallis Regional with a chance to win and advance and host Florida State next weekend. Carowway a drive to right field, but playable. Basir went back, now moves in a couple of steps. Makes the catch. Cannon Reeder lines out, but Beaver Nation fired up again before we break and go to the 7th. A 3-run homer for Carowway puts the Beavers up 9-1. We want to pause and let our network stations identify themselves. 10-second break for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Beavers 9, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Beaver Nation, here at Mr. Plywood we know what it means to build. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mr. Plywood goes beyond building decks, storage sheds, and fences. We help build the community. We offer family-style customer service with a friendly and knowledgeable staff that will help you with your next project. If you need hardwoods, plywood, fasteners, or help planning your next project, come down and pay us a visit. We would love to help you on your next project.
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
The Beavers have pummeled 11 home runs in the Corvallis Regional, the latest, a 3-run towering blast from Trent Carowway to put the Beavers up 9-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. Augie Lopez, Jack Basir, and Maximo Martinez, the scheduled hitters for the Beavers against Kellen Oakes, who may have had his finest hour as a Beaver last inning, coming in with the bases loaded and striking out the last 2 hitters after the Trojans had loaded them up with nobody out. Kellen's first pitch to Augie Lopez misses away, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch is away, ball 2. 2-0. Augie Lopez has struck out and flied to left. Bottom of the 6th, 9-1 Beavers. Kellen Oaks picking up for Wyatt Queen. The right-hander out of Canby High School, way inside to the backstop, ball 3-0. You don't want to fool around, Jimmy. I mean, if you have an 8-run lead this late, the last thing ever under the sun, under the moon, under the Aurora Borealis, I hear, is coming our way tonight. A great visual perhaps available around here. You don't want to give up freebies up 8 runs, really ever, but particularly when you're trying to bring a ball game home, you want to pitch to contact, and Oaks inexplicably comes out after his brilliant work in the 5th to walk Augie Lopez on 4 pitches, and it's about the only thing that can get, it feels like it, as good as USC is offensively, if you give them some free bases and then they swing like they're capable, they can get back in this thing.
That's what Wyatt Queen did best. He gave up 8 hits, pitched well, but they were tough, good at bats for USC. But just the one
walk. Jack Basir takes inside, ball 1. I wouldn't be surprised. A throw back pick to first, and not in time with Lopez getting back close. 1 ball and no strikes to Basir. If ball 2 ensues, I think we'll see a visit. You know what I mean?
Or at least Wilson Weber will slow down the...
Oaks hopes to avoid that. The right-hander ready. The 1-0 pitch high. Ball 2. And Wilson is making the visit now. You just can't. I don't want to. Darryl Lonnie, I know, the legendary broadcaster. You just can't do that, Bobby. Referring to putting the ball on the ground or whatever else, running the option or whatever. Talk about the play, Bobby. Darryl would bemoan, as we all would, turnovers and whatever else. But it's just one of those moments where I feel you just can't do it, Jimmy. I feel like channeling that right now.
Especially after the 3-run homer that really give you that distance in that breathing room. But breathing room doesn't mean take it easy. Breathing room just, if they do get a hit or something, you still got some cushion there.
You got to bear down, and I think the meeting at the mound, Wilson Weber calling it. The entire infield comes. No coach comes out. And the Beavers trying to kind of settle back in on their own after a 4-pitch walk to Lopez, 2-0 to Jack Basir. Maximo Martinez on deck. The 2-0 pitch is a strike, and the count 2-1. As Robert Wool says in Bull Durham, easy game. 2 balls and a strike.
And as Doc Edwards said.
2-1. Your former skipper you speak of. The 2-1 pitch hit foul off to the right and out of play. 2-2 the count to Jack Basir. A leadoff walk to Augie Lopez. Basir with a count at 2-2. 9-1 Beavers, bottom of the 6th.
I was DHing one day in AAA with Doc Edwards was the manager, and you don't always see these things when you're playing first base, but as the DH you see it all.
2-2 pitch foul back.
So the game was starting, and Doc's up and down the dugout. All right, let's kick some ass, play some ass, having fun, play the game. Oh, it's a fun game. Ball 1. Just have some fun out there. Ball 2-0.
The 2-2 slider taken. The pitch dropped by Weber. I thought the pitch looked pretty good, but now it goes to 3-2. So ball 2.
Doc gets to ball 2, and he starts ranting and raving.
Yeah.
Damn it, what's it going to take to get a strike? You come out there, the only thing you can do is throw a strike.
I got you, Jimmy. I love that story, and it's the truth, though. It's the truth. 3-2 the count to Jack Basir. Queen delivers, sliced down the right, Oaks delivers, sliced foul down the right field line beyond Casey corner. 3-2 the count. You remember the visuals, Jimmy, of we speak of Doc Edwards. There would be times every once in a while like this, the Beavers would have a lead late. Ball 4 would ensue, and then ball 1 or ball 2. I've seen Pat Casey sprint to the mound.
You always knew when Pat went out there, wasn't it?
The 3-2 pitch is line to left, base hit. So USC clearly just saying, hey, they have nothing to lose now. They're down 9-1. They know even if they can't mount a comeback, they have it tomorrow. And now they have 2 on and nobody out. Last inning, they had the bases loaded and nobody out and came up empty. Augie Lopez a walk. Jack Basir a 3-2 pitch. Kellen doesn't want to walk somebody else. That's part of the problem is the walks can lead to getting a little wild in the zone too because you don't want to throw a ball 4 again.
You're talking about Pat, some of his mound's visit. It seems like it was always some sort of attitude adjustment.
Maximo Martinez takes high and away. Ball 1.
Here we go. Rich is going to go out and have a talk.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right kind of time to have one. Because even with the crowd as engaged as perhaps many have ever heard here on this Sunday, the Beavers winning earlier 20-3. Good times were rolling. Trent Carowway just blasted one into the night, a 3-run homer. 9-1, you feel like, okay, here we go. But, yeah, here we go. It's baseball. It's tough. And after the 9-1 lead, 4-pitch walk, 2-0 count, 3-2 base hit, 1-0 here. That was a quick visit by Coach Norman.
I think his message is the guy hits a homer, it's 9-4. But you just got to, you have to make them swing the bat. I don't care. Let him hit a home at 9. You are not walking him. Don't get behind. Right. Get right after him. Be aggressive.
Basir, by the way, is 3 for 3 today. First and second, nobody out. The 1-0 slider misses. Ball 2. 2-0 now. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be doing this, but I'm going to check from my correspondent, Joe Van Horn. Jacob Kamatz throwing in the Beavers bullpen. The 2-0 pitch is a strike. And the count 2-1, and that was borderline, but he got it. 2-1 the count.
Like you mentioned earlier, I said something about a double play. You said just out of any form would be okay.
The 2-1 pitch, fastball knee high again on the edge, but a strike. And for a guy that's been a little wild in the inning, Oaks, I think, has gotten the benefit of the doubt on the last couple of pitches. Now 2-2 to Martinez. Augie Lopez at second, Jack Basir at first. The 2-2 fastball taken. Strike 3 called. Good response by Kellen Oaks to the visit first from Weber, and then the coach comes out to back it up. One away. Richard Tejada, the batter. Tejada is 2 for 2. With 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 6th, 9-1 Beavers.
Yeah, the mystery there is what Maximo Martinez was doing. Took 3 consecutive fastball strikes.
Jacob Kamatz is his brother, Zach Kamatz, loosening up in the Beavers bullpen. That was smooth. Zach Kamatz loosening back of Oaks, who delivers. Fastball, a chopper towards Peterson. Just go get an out, and he will. Sorry to coach from the booth, but that's the big play, the only play. He took the chopper and processed all of it. Didn't try to think about getting a lead runner or anybody else. The only play was to first. 2 down. Tejada is retired. That brings Cade Higgins to the plate. 2 down and a chance again to get out of a problematic inning unscathed. 9-1 Beavers, bottom of the 6th. The runners advance. Lopez to third. Basir to second. The left-hand hitting Higgins at the plate. Oaks out of the stretch. Delivers a strike in the count 0-1.
Oh, Rich Dorman came out, and the next pitch was a breaking ball, but since then, 2 quick outs.
Second and third, 2 down, bottom of the 6th, 9-1 Beavers. The strike 1 fastball very high. 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
The Beavers have had their weekday starters would be either Oaks or Queen, and both of them were effective throughout the year.
The 1-1 slider in there, strike 2, 1-2 the count, and through it all in this kind of rough patch of an inning, Oaks is a strike away from another 0. Second and third, 2 down, bottom of the 6th, 9-1 Beavers. And the Beaver fans again trying to cheer Oaks to the finish here in the 6th. The 1-2 pitch in the turf, ball 2, 2-2. Well, it's just amazing, Jimmy, isn't it, the engagement of the fans? Pitch to pitch to pitch.
Yeah, since 3 o'clock.
Yeah, they're building it up again. Many on their feet. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Slider just outside. Ball 3. 3-2.
Yeah, and I think Derek Malika got that one right.
I agree. It was close.
It bent around that outside corner.
Second and third, 2 down, bottom of the 6th, 9-1 Beavers. Augie Lopez at third, Jack Basir at second. The 3-2 breaking ball grounded, foul outside of third. Good swing by the left-hand hitting Cade Higgins keeping himself alive on a pitch that was coming down and in on him, and he fought it off. 3-2 the count again.
And looming in the on-deck circle is USC's best power hitter and best overall hitter,
Ethan Hedges. Another 3-2 pitch coming, second and third, 2 down. Oaks to the plate, swung on and missed on the fastball, strike 3. The inning is over again. The Trojans loaded the bases with nobody out. Last inning came up empty. First and second, nobody out in the sixth. Empty. Another 0 on the board. We go to the seventh. The Beavers 9, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's OSU Game Day or you're getting ready for OSU Game Day, make sure Dairy Mart is on your playlist. With 39 neighborhood stores throughout the Willamette Valley, Dairy Mart has everything you'll need for a great game. Beer and pop, ice, chips, healthy, fresh-to-go snacks, even hot deli items, and your favorite Lock Me dairy products. Stop into your local Dairy Mart and get what you really want for Beavers Game Day.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here.
A lot goes into Oregon State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Oregon's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Beaver Nation. Locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Through 6 innings at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field, the Beavers 9 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. USC 1 run, 9 hits, and no errors. A guy wearing number 77 comes in for the Trojans. Left-hander Dylan Osborne, 6 foot, 170-pound sophomore. And Jimmy, although he's from your neck of the woods, Union High School in Vancouver, Washington, and a transfer in from the Washington Husky program, he's not a guy you're familiar with in the games you've seen in the Vancouver area?
I haven't really stayed with the high school action lately. I did coach there for a number of years. But I think I mentioned that the Stankiewicz and Sean Allen, the pitching coach, might start thinking about saving some arms. This is a guy they got a 0-2 record and a 7 ERA, though he does have 18 appearances and 3 starts. But I think he's a guy where the real thought is maybe he buys a couple innings, but we're not going to use up all our bullets right here.
Because they have to be thinking realistically in their dugout, even though they still have 3 more at-bats, but they're down 8 runs, about what they're going to do if there is a tomorrow. The hard-throwing left-hander bringing in the low 90s, missing on the first pitch. Dylan Osborne, the 1-0 offering is high and inside to Dallas Macias, ball 2. Tice Peterson on deck, Easton Tolt to follow. The quick working lefty's 2-0 pitch off the mid of the catcher Richard Tejada, and it's 3-0 now to Dallas Macias.
Does have like a fast arm.
Yeah.
Sometimes that doesn't always parlay itself into great velocity, but
it looks fast.
But yeah, that's right. There's a deception to it.
The 3-0 fastball away and a 4-pitch walk to open the outing for Dylan Osborne. Dallas Macias to first. Tice Peterson, an RBI single in the second, has walked and then had an infield single off the glove of Ben Cushney in the 5th. So you've been impressed with Tice's day today.
Yeah, he's been up there 8 times and he's been on base 7 times.
Pretty good. So not a bad OBP.
I think 5 hits.
The pitch on the way to Tice, a strike, and the count 0-1 from Dylan Osborne. You mentioned will complete the numbers a little bit for the left-hander. His 19th appearance, 3 starts, a save, 25 2/3. So he's been a guy off and on, 28 hits, 16 walks, 27 strikeouts. A bunt up along first. This will get a runner moved. It might be a base hit, and it is. Tice Peterson pushing the bunt up along first and is on again for the 8th time in his 9 plate appearances. A bunt single that he pushed. He saw the defensive alignment, gets the job done. First and second, nobody out, and Easton Tolt, the batter.
Probably make a bunter out of Easton Tolt, lefty here. But the thing about that play that is so nice is it was a perfect bunt. That's the first thing. But even if the Trojans make the play, it moves the runner, and it's a positive play, getting the guy in scoring position. Instead, the Beavers get the best of both worlds and get the base hit.
And you suspect Easton's going to follow suit here?
I do. Yeah. I do. And what do you go ahead? Put on Arquette. Yeah. Go ahead.
First and second, nobody out. 9-1 Beavers. Tolt is bunting. He takes in the turf. Ball 1-0.
And I think they're just going to stay with this.
Dallas Macias at second. Tice Peterson's third hit of the game. He's at first. 1-0 to Easton Tolt. 9-1 Beavers in the seventh. Tolt shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes away. And the count 2-1. 9 runs, 12 hits, an error for the Beavers. A run, 9 hits, no errors for USC. The Beavers trying to further separate here in the top of the seventh inning. If there is a tomorrow, the Beavers would be the home team. First and second, the 2-0 pitch. Tolt shows and takes just outside. Ball 3. 3-0 with Iva Arquette on deck.
Well, they can also get a walk here and bring up Arquette with the bases loaded against a left-handed pitcher.
3-0 to Tolt. 2 on, nobody out. Tolt shows and takes outside to load him up for Iva Arquette.
And there's a right-hander that's getting hot in a hurry in that USC bullpen.
And that right-hander is Jude Favela, a freshman out of Southern California, Upland in the Southland. 9-1 Beavers, top of the seventh. Bases loaded, nobody out. We haven't seen Sean Allen pop out, so it looks as though he's staying with his guy, and maybe Jimmy. Now here comes Andy Stankiewicz, so there may be a move here. He was giving Favela as long as possible to get ready. And it means that they're still trying to win this ball game, one would think. Going to a matchup here, using an arm, not saying, hey, we're done, we're going to go all in on tomorrow. No, they want to try to win it tonight.
Oh, there's no question they're still trying to win, but they're not going to use Ethan Hedges right here or any of those guys. They're going to try to get by with the matchups. I mean, this is a matchup situation.
Right. Bases loaded, nobody out, top of the seventh, 9-1 Beavers. Iva Arquette will face a right-hander, Jude Favela, when we return to a fired up, as it has been for a long time, all day and into the night, Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. 9-1 Beavers, bases full, nobody out when we return in the seventh on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Beaver fans, Holland America has been sailing to Alaska longer than any other cruise line. Spot calving glaciers, breaching hunchback whales. With a cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Depart conveniently from the Pacific Northwest all summer long. Have it all with our 2025 early booking bonus and save 60% on the best onboard package. This offer is per person based on double occupancy and available on select departures. Restrictions apply. Visit hollandamerica.com for more details. Holland America, the official cruise line partner of OSU. Go Beavs!
Hey Beaver fans! Thinking of hosting a game day watch party or just enjoying some good food with good friends? Reese's deliciously convenient deli salads and ready to heat and share side dishes are always a fan favorite and ready for fun when you are. And as Reese's celebrates 75 years of good times, we can confirm that time flies when you're having fun. Here's to 75 years and counting. Reese's, we're made for good times.
Jude Favela, the new pitcher for USC. The Trojans have used Andrew Johnson, Jackson Baker, Ben Cushney, Dylan Osborne, and now Jude Favela. In the top of the seventh inning, the Beavers leading the Trojans 9-1 with Iva Arquette getting ready to come to the plate. Favela has had good numbers. His 17th appearance, he's 2-0 with an ERA of 1.42. In 19 innings, has allowed 14 hits. He's walked 10, struck out 16. Teams have hit .209 against the right-hander out of Upland, California, and San Dimas High School. Arquette has flied to right, struck out, and banged base hits through the 6-hole in his last 2 at-bats. Bases loaded, nobody out. Arquette, Turley, and Weber to follow. Favela, a physical-looking right-hander, 6'3", 215-pounder. From the stretch, delivers very high. Ball 1, 1-0.
The Beavers have seen a couple of true freshmen on the mound from USC today, and I've liked what we've seen, and the numbers were very good, but just small sample sizes.
The 1-0 pitch to Arquette runs inside. Ball 2, 2-0. Dallas Macias at third, Tice Peterson at second, Easton Talt at first. Nobody out. The first baseman, Adrian Lopez, way over and on the green. Arquette takes a strike, and the count 2-1. 3 defenders on the left side, so holding down the fort on the right side, the first baseman, Jimmy, but he's way in.
Well, he's got to be, because you can only get so far away from first base.
The 2-1 pitch. Iva swings and misses, and the count 2-2.
What an imposing guy. What the Lopez?
6'3", 215.
Oh, he looks bigger than that. 6'4", 210. I'm talking about
the first baseman. Yeah, he's a big fella. Bases loaded, nobody out. 2-2 to Iva Arquette. Gavin Turley on deck. 9-1 Beavers in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch is hit foul down the right field line. This will carry towards Casey corner and well out of play. Well, it was blustery, windy early. We've seen it all here today. I got to the ballpark a little after noon. Jimmy, what time is it now? 10:30? Beavers trying to make it a great day. Let's play 2. They've won 1, trying to win 2. Arquette swings at the breaking ball. A high pop foul off first. Coming over is Lopez. This will carry just below the Jack Riley concourse and up into the grandstand of the Omaha Room. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Iva Arquette. The Beavers have had a relentless attack today. 29 runs. 33 hits. Arquette swings a ground ball to short, to second for 1, on to first, in time, they say. I don't think so. Arquette immediately goes to that headphone sign. It's a double play. A run scores. The Beavers lead at 10-1. The call on the field is double play. Well done by USC. I mean, that's a good turn. Martin Grudzielanek to Covarrubias. Arquette hit it hard enough that he was in danger of a double play ball because he made good contact. And I think it's close, Jimmy, and worth a challenge. And that's what we'll see. USC gets a double play ball, but it will be looked at to see if it's first and third and 1 out, or a runner at third and 2 down, and USC close to getting out of it cheaply enough. The Beavers do have a run on the board at 10-1 with Macias coming down the line to score.
The naked eye, I thought he was safe.
So did I.
Yeah. Good turn.
Very good.
Can you imagine Arquette hitting a ball in a 6-hole?
And being doubled up, yeah.
But I mean, just
I know.
Everything he's hit has just been that direction. They did a very nice job. Grudzielanek to Covarrubias. Very good turn.
We got a monitor here in the booth, and it is really close. I think the call may stand, Jim. I think he may be out just based on, it's got to be indisputable in theory, and
looks pretty
it's close enough that the call on the field, I think, is going to stand. Stop into any of your 39 neighborhood Dairy Mart stores and get what you really want fast, real fast, faster at Dairy Mart than most reviews take. All saves this year are presented by Wafed Bank. Wafed Bank, you deserve a best bank.
What I don't understand, and they're coming out here, but we just looked at it, and then boom, that's about how long it should take.
Right, and you and I both said we think he's out, but they're looking at it. They've looked at it. Here comes the call on the field. I think Arquette's going to be out. We'll see. The call on the field is overturned, so I'm glad to be wrong, dead wrong.
I'm glad to be wrong, but I just wait. Whatever you're going to do, just go down there, take a look, and do it.
So, a fielder's choice run batted in for Iva Arquette, 10-1 Beavers. That one surprises me, but we only looked at it one time on a replay.
Yeah, man, I didn't even really see the ball.
Yeah,
I was going by what you said.
Well, that's never a wise move.
I thought I saw the ball.
Gavin Turley, the batter, and that keeps the fly ball in order here with runners at first and third.
Good turn, though.
One out. A very nice play by the Trojans' middle infielders, but Arquette with the speed beats it out. Turley checks and takes down and away from Jude Favela. Ball one. 10-1 Beavers, top of the seventh. Tice Peterson at third. Iva Arquette at first. Gavin Turley, the batter. Homered back in the third. The 1-0 pitch, a ground ball back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Tice Peterson scores. Gavin Turley, the RBI single up the middle, adding to the record count, and the Beavers lead it 11-1.
Almost getting to the point where, as 12-2 turned into 18-2, turned into 20-2. It's like, we got to save something now for the night game. Now I'm almost feeling like that now. We got to save some for tomorrow.
Well, the Beavers, after scoring 20 earlier today to eliminate St. Mary's, have 11 on the board and 13 more hits. First and second, one out for Wilson Weber. Favela to the plate, chased and missed. No balls and a strike. Nice piece of hitting again by Turley, what we've been seeing all year, and we keep talking about it, but the up-the-middle approach, Jim, the ability to go to the opposite field with authority. Nice, easy swing up the middle to produce another run batted in. He's got 182 and counting now. The strike one pitch, a little low to Wilson from Favela. 1-1 the count. Arquette at second, Turley at first. And just saying those two names in juxtaposition, and this guy, Wilson Weber, at the plate. Pretty good triangle of players right there. Arquette, Turley, and Weber. Tremendous seasons they've had. And they're hoping to play again into tomorrow. Chopper back up the middle. Covarrubias steps on second for one. Throws to first. Double play. But the Beavers get two big runs here in the top of the seventh inning. Two runs, they leave one. We go to the bottom of the seventh. The Beavers 11, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight. The official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, is Benny's Buddies member Faith the horse from Philomath. Faith enjoys galloping around with her mom Mallory and attending rodeos during the summer. Sign up your pet today at OSUBeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Umpqua Dairy, a Northwest favorite since 1931. Bottom of the seventh inning, 11-1 Beavers. Whether the move was going to be made anyway or whether the two runs that pushed the lead to 10 make a difference, Jimmy, I don't know. But Kellen Oakes is out. Zach Kamatz is in. The Beavers need 9 outs to ensure themselves of a ball game tomorrow here at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field.
Mike, you had said that your correspondent had said that Kamatz is up, and it's one of those things you got to be very cognizant of. Once you get guys up and get them hot, you got to either use them or get them back down in a hurry. But you don't want to waste
burn them out.
Yeah, you don't want to waste the bullets in the bullpen, and right. So with the extra couple of runs, you got him up, you got him hot, just get him in the game, and then maybe Kellen Oaks is, he only went 2.
Maybe he's got something left if necessary tomorrow, if the Beavers indeed have a tomorrow. Oaks made 35 pitches. They were, the first sequence of pitches were, as they say in the modern era, high leverage ones. And so, 35, tough to come back the very next day. But the adrenaline, what's on the line, we've seen guys do it before. And we think A.J. Hutcherson, if the Beavers get into tomorrow, might even have something left, too.
Well, Dorm told me before the game today, the first game, that Hutchinson he's hot. I mean, if they need him, he's not going to go long.
Right. Zach Kamatz to the plate. Fastball, knee-high strike to Ethan Hedges. 0-1 the count. 11-1 Beavers, bottom of the 7th inning. Zach Kamatz making his 16th appearance. Comes 0-1. Slap foul past Andy Jenkins. The count 0-2. 1-0, 4.50 for the ERA. 20 innings, 23 hits, 7 walks, 19 strikeouts, a batting average against of 284. I know Dorman and Mitch like that low walk number. He has filled up the zone for the most part, and he's ahead to Ethan Hedges, 0-2. He misses with the strike 2 pitch. 1-2 the count. Zach Kamatz in the bottom of the 7th. The Beavers have used Wyatt Queen, who was tough, facing a good lineup, who had some good swings on him. Queen made some big-time pitches, so did Kellen Oaks. 11-1 Beavers in the 7th. Zach Kamatz, 6'3", 215-pounder, delivers a line drive, base hit to right field. Easton Talt over to cut it off. A long single, Talt firing the ball back in, and the crowd, having plenty to cheer about, enjoyed the throw by Talt. Ethan Hedges, a leadoff single here in the 7th for the Trojans. Bryce Martin Grudzielanek to the plate, has been up 3 times, struck out 3 times. Nice swing by the best hitter for the Trojans.
Ethan inside Hedges. Out, 2 strikes. Yeah, this is one of the first times I've seen Zach Kamatz. You remember Jake Kamatz? He's I think a little taller than Zach, and he had very rhythmic motion. There's a little more herky-jerky in Zach,
no
and I think it plays well.
Yeah, he's a different kind of pitcher than his elder brother. His first pitch is sprayed foul to the right and out of play. 6'3", 215-pounder out of Sandia High School in Albuquerque. Touch 97 down in Surprise early in the year, so he can bring it. And that was a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. 11-1 Beavers, bottom of the 7th. The strike 1 pitch in the turf, and the count 1-1. But it is a lot different. You're right. Jacob had kind of classic mechanics. This is more herk jerk, a little more violence in the approach to the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not quite the drop and drive of one of the great drop and drivers out of USC, Tom Seaver, one of the Trojan greats. Good fastball in there for a strike. Boy, Tommy got low, didn't he, Jimmy?
Yeah, he did. You drive, then you get the whole idea of that drive with that off of that back leg.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Bryce Martin Grudzielanek. 11-1 Beavers, bottom of the 7th.
What was he? He was number 41, right? I mean, for the Mets. I don't know what his number was for USC.
The 1-2 pitch just outside. Ball 2, 2-2. It was a short stint for Seaver, for Rod Dato at USC in 1966. They also had some pitchers named Mark McGuire, Dave Kingman, and Randy Johnson. One of them stayed a pitcher. A couple of the others didn't. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Kamatz delivers, chased and missed by Grudzielanek. Tough night for Bryce. He's 0 for 4 with 4 punch-outs. Strike 3, 1 away. And Adrian Lopez will come to the plate.
Grudzielanek, not obviously, but if you thought that he was the son of a major leaguer or a guy that might have played a lot of baseball, he is. Dad Mark, 15 years in the major leagues. What's interesting about Bryce Martin, the kid right here, he started at UCLA.
Adrian Lopez 0 for 3. 11-1 Beavers, bottom of the 7th. Kamatz to the plate. Fastball down and away. Ball 1. 1-0. The head coach, Andy Stankiewicz. You played against him a little bit in the minor leagues for USC. He worked his way up into the major leagues.
I think he spent part of 7 seasons.
Yeah, he did.
Came up with the Yankees. I don't know what other teams he ended up playing for.
The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed, and the count 1-1. You saw Stankiewicz in the Eastern League back in '88.
88, yes. Albany. He was in Albany.
Right, he was on
I
his
was
way
a
up.
Vermont Mariner. That's where I played with Griffey and Omar Vizquel.
Pretty good ball player.
Yeah, a couple of Hall of Famers.
1 ball and no strikes to Adrian Lopez. 11-1 Beavers in the 7th. The 1-1 pitch fouled away by Adrian Lopez. 1-2 the count.
A couple of good names on that team. Just people you might at least know of. Dave Brundage.
Oh, yeah.
Oregon State Beaver. One of probably the best two-way player in this program's history.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Adrian Lopez. Zach Kamatz out of the stretch delivers in the turf. Ball 2. 2-2, and Griffey Jr. Your
Jerry Goff, who's
PB
son,
Goff.
Yeah, you would know him because of his son, Jared Goff.
It's an interesting mix.
Brian Price, who is the Seattle Mariners manager, Cincinnati Reds manager.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. Kamatz to the plate. Fastball got him swinging. Good movement on it. Strike 3, 2 down.
When I watch Kamatz, he really profiles to me as a reliever. I just don't know if his just keep pounding with that. He's got a little funk in there. He looks like, for 3 outs, for 6 outs, even 9 outs, he'd give you trouble.
Avery Covarrubias, the batter. The second baseman for the Trojans has grounded to short, flied to center, and struck out. The pitch to Covarrubias on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 the count. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Beavers leading the Trojans 11-1. Trying to ensure themselves a spot in a game tomorrow. We have no idea if there is a tomorrow for baseball here, what time it may be. Kamatz throws to first. Ethan Hedges dives back, but it doesn't matter for the Beavers, of course. If they just want to play tomorrow, you can play at 6 a.m., you can play at midnight. They want to play on. They won 20-3 earlier today to stay alive. They're 11-1 up on the Trojans tonight. Fastball away, and the count 1-1.
Ticket man Aaron Mizell here. He said, I think the Beavers just wait 55 minutes after this one and play.
No, they're hot. Let's play 3.
Wilson Weber said, can't we just wait till tomorrow?
Will 1 up Ernie Banks. 1 ball, 1 strike on Covarrubias, who fouls it back, and the count 1-2. Speaking, by the way, of Aaron, he reported earlier the attendance tonight for game 2, 4,347. Just shy of the record set earlier today in Game 1 against St. Mary's, an all-time Goss Stadium at Coleman Field attendance record, 4,368 today, 4,347 tonight, and you can hear them supporting Zach Kamatz's effort to try to end the bottom of the 7th inning on a strong note. A man aboard, 2 down, 11-1 Beavers. The 1-2 pitch, a chopper foul back of third. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The minute we walked away from the stadium on Friday night, we all kind of knew and how these things work. Well, Sunday needs to be a big day, right? Sunday needed to be the big day. I mean, obviously you got to win Saturday, but what's the really hard chore is what happens here today. And by all accounts, it's been a big day.
Zach Kamatz trying to keep it that way. The right-hander from the stretch, the 1-2 fastball outside, ball 2. 2-2 to Avery Covarrubias. 11-1 Beavers in the bottom of the 7th. The Beavers in St. Mary's earlier today began at 3:06. This second game began at 7:46. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ethan Hedges at first. The 2-2 pitch, fisted foul to the right and out of play. Kamatz is just attacking with that fastball, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that it's going to take a while because the other team just doesn't get it in play. I mean, at least that hasn't been the case. I mean, Hedges did, but then the next 2 guys struck out.
2-2 to Avery Covarrubias with Hedges at first, a leadoff single for Ethan. The 2-2 pitch in the turf in the area to the left of the right-handed hitter, and Wilson Weber chases it down, and Ethan Hedges, I think, wisely stays put when he didn't break immediately. He stays in the count 3-2. He'll be off and running with the pitch. Tice Peterson playing behind the runner. 3-2 the count with 2 down. Kamatz ready, delivers a chopper towards the 6 hole. Arquette backhands, a jump throw to first is not in time. And nice try. He had no shot, but he gave it an effort anyway. Boy, he made a play in game 1 today where he triple hop, kind of threw a ground ball over to first to get an out. An infield single for Covarrubias. That brings Augie Lopez to the plate.
If you get that same batted ball on a 2-2 count, and the runner's not going, you have a chance to get an out of second base. But with the runner going, it was actually just a wasted throw, in that there was no chance to get the runner at first base.
Lopez, a left-handed hitter at the plate. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch to Augie. Fastball swung on and missed. 0-1 the count. (11-1) Beavers in the bottom of the 7th inning, the first postseason game between these two programs since the Super Regional here in 2005. The strike one fastball sails high and away, the count 1-1. That was a gracious moment for the late, great Mike Gillespie, who won the last national championship for the Trojans in '98. Afterwards, in the post-game presser, just talked about what a great experience it was for his team to come here, and he commended Pat Casey and the Beavers. Knew what a great moment it was for the breakthrough to Omaha, and he shared that from his heart. A great man and a great coach, and if you have Pat Casey's respect, which Gillespie always did, you know you got to be somebody special. Fastball for a strike, the count 1-2.
He came in and broke Beavers' hearts here with his Irvine team.
He did. The 1-2 breaking ball. Fouled at the plate. He got off the fastball, and a good job by Lopez. 1-2. Yeah, I mean, he came in 14 when the Beavers were the #1 seed in their own regional and the #1 overall seed. And just as Vanderbilt is experienced, Vandy is out. Texas is out. The top 2 seeds out of the tournament. The Beavers,
LSU's not out of the woods.
And they're not out of the woods either. The 1-2 pitch, slice foul down the left field line towards Banners in the corner. 1-2 the count, and Jimmy, it just tells you the game is tough. Do you know how hard this whole thing is? It's very hard.
It can be. I mean, it's not like in football. If you've got like a South Carolina Upstate or a Utah Tech or whatever, they're not going to be able to play with the Alabamas and the Georgias. But this is baseball. That little ball, you just got to play the ball.
The 1-2 fastball from Kamatz, swung on and missed, strike 3. Kamatz strikes out the side and pumps his fist and is met by Wilson Weber. The inning is over. USC, for the 3rd straight inning, gets their leadoff man aboard, but come up empty. We go to the 8th, and some fans are tipping the cap up here to the McGath family press box to you and me on this late Sunday night, a work day, a school day. Some folks are leaving. I kind of understand. It's okay. It's not a bad sight. But still, 6 outs to go. The Beavers hope to add on when we go to the 8th. The Beavers, Jimmy, lead it 11-1.
Well, they go to the exits with a touchdown and a field goal lead, and I don't blame them. This game's 3 hours old. And the first game went 3:38. 3:38. I mean, I tip their cap for being out here right now. No, I tip their cap,
too. Part of the record crowds here today, the #1 and #2 crowds of all time in the Goss Stadium era. And they all, in fact, some were mouthing to me through the window, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they want to go home, get a little sleep, and come back for whenever the decisive game may be if the Beavers can get those last 6 outs. We go to the top of the 8th, the Beavers 11, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Cut time, cut costs, cut grass. Double your runtime with free extra battery deals on Steel tools and cut through your spring cleaning to-do list. Mow, trim, cut, prune. Do it all with Steel battery. Find your deal at your local Steel dealer or shop online at steelusa.com. Get a free extra battery with select Steel tool set. Set includes battery and charger. Extra batteries up to $160 MSRP value. Offer valid for limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to PacificOffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Top of the 8th inning. Trent Carowway leads things off, then takes high and inside ball 1. A new catcher for USC, John Elliott, a freshman out of Tony Bland Country, Newport Beach. Tony listening in. Thank you, Tony. Modern day high school, but from Newport Beach.
Andy Stankiewicz giving his catcher a little break, knowing that he's going to have to come back tomorrow.
Right. Carowway takes outside ball 2. The fastball from Jude Favela, high, ball 3. 3-0 to Trent Carowway. Trent with a dramatic 3-run home run in the 6th. Green lighted 3-0, pulls 1 foul. 3-1 the count. That was a big blow in this game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. The second inning was just exciting. It was. They're just running, bunting. It was exciting. Yeah. But the big blow happened
when Carowway hit the 3-run homer in the 6th, and now he takes ball 4 here. 11-1 Beavers in the top of the 8th inning. And Jim, speaking of, as A.J. Singer comes to the plate, you could hear, I know we live in an age where, Harry Hooper made Babe Ruth, put him in the outfield, and Babe became a home run hitter. Okay, that goes back to game 1. We've been at it this a long time today. But the game of baseball still offers to me, in the short game and the running and the hitting and all of that, it can be, in a way, as exciting, if not more, with those action kind of plays that the Beavers put the pressure on USC with in the 2nd inning.
It was fun. Yeah. Wilson Weber led that inning off with just a line drive, base hit up the middle. Carowway followed with a single. And then that's when the fun started.
The bunt parade.
Yeah, A.J. Singer bunted.
Singer swings here and drives one to the gap in left center field. Cade Higgins on the run. He's got to play it at the base of the fence on a bounce. Grounding third is Trent Carowway on his way to the plate. He will score a double for A.J. Singer. The Beavers lead it 12-1.
And you can get a walk and a double. That works as well. In that inning, the Beavers had 3 consecutive bunts.
Yeah.
One from A.J. Singer, one from Canam Reeder, one from Dallas Macias, and then there was a base hit, and it was an exciting inning. The crowd, I was very into it.
Yeah. On the heels of the Beavers having thrown a runner out at the plate with great defense in the bottom of the 1st inning, for an inning and a half or 2, this place was as lively as I can ever remember hearing it. Just the variety that the great game of baseball offered for the fans to absorb and enjoy, and watch the home team doing it in an elimination game en route to trying to keep their season alive. It was exciting stuff, to be sure. Canam Reeder takes a strike. The 0-1 pitch, he checks his swing and takes down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. 12-1 Beavers, top of the 8th inning.
Just to provide some contrast, the very next inning, the Beavers lead off with a homer, then get a double from Weber and a double from Carroll.
Right. They've had a variety of ways today, haven't they, to score.
And then a 3-run homer in the 6th.
Right. Reeder hits 1 foul to the right and out of play. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here in the 8th, a walk and a double. The Beavers, Jimmy, with 32 runs and 35 hits today. And again, you just hope as the wag, the fatalist, did you leave anything left for tomorrow? Well, we wondered about that after game 1. They had plenty left here in game 2, so
don't
I think
shower.
They might. Right.
Just don't shower. just go home, come back tomorrow, as is.
Right.
Don't take your uniform off.
Canam Reeder with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes, trying to pick up another RBI. Singer at second. The 2-2 pitch. Canam laces it to left, but it's playable. Maximo Martinez over to make the catch. 1 away. Good contact. An out. Dallas Macias to the plate. Dallas has had a good ball game. A safety squeeze, fielder's choice, run batted in, part of that 3 straight bunting sequence Jimmy alluded to in the second. Walked in the third, struck out, and then walked and scored in the 7th. 12-1 Beavers in the 8th, closing in on a chance to play tomorrow. We hope, if we do have a tomorrow for Beaver baseball, and it looks as though we should, that we hope to be able to give you a time before we sign off the air. And Hank Hager at this moment tells us that there have been no tips or indications with respect to what time it might be tomorrow if indeed the Beavers get there. Dallas Macias takes a strike 1 pitch on the inside corner from Jude Favela.
No clues,
strike 2.
no hints, no
hints
inside information,
none.
No potential windows, nothing.
No, that's true.
Cold trail. Believe me, I tried.
Oh, I know you've been trying. The strike 2 pitch, Macias serves it into left center, but it's playable for Cade Higgins, who moves over to make the catch. 2 down, and a guy, boy, he's had himself a day. Here comes Tice Peterson to the plate.
I see a guy shows you that he can do some different things when he homers and bunt singles in the same game.
Right.
Actually, that's not true. He didn't in the same day.
The same day, yeah.
But
Musial hit 5 homers in a day, not in the same game, but became the first guy ever to hit 5 in one day. Stan the man. The pitch on the way to Peterson, a strike, and the count 0-1. 12-1 Beavers, top of the 8th inning. 4 in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 1 more here in the 8th. Singer at second, 2 down. The strike 1 pitch, a line drive, base hit to right field. Tice Peterson continues on a tear. Singer scores, and Peterson cruises into second with an RBI double. The Beavers lead it 13-1. Hope Tice feels okay.
Yeah, did he?
I
pull
looked like a hammy a little bit, I thought, or something. As he went from first to second, I thought it looked like there may have been a twinge or something. Did you notice
we'll
it too?
know if he stays out there. I think you're probably going to assume he's all right. I add him up here in the first game today, Mike. He had 5 plate appearances, got on base 4 times. 3 of those with hits, 1 of them a homer. And here he's got 5 more plate appearances. 10 plate appearances. He's been on base 9 times.
It's a pretty good day. The pitch on the way. I think he might have had 6 plate appearances. Jimmy had 5 on base in game 1. Because we've got. I've got the box score here. And
I might have just gave up at the 20-point mark.
3 hits, 2 walks, and 3
and
for
a ground out.
Yeah, so he went 3 for 6. But he was on base 5 times. No balls and 2 strikes now to Easton Tolt. 13-1 Beavers in the 8th. Easton takes down an in from Favela. 1-2 to Tolt. Well, the Beavers closing in, and indeed 6 outs away from playing into tomorrow for a winner-take-all. What a day it's been for the Beavs. Now, they had to win yesterday after falling into the losers bracket, and they did, striking out 16 Horned Frogs to eliminate TCU. The pitch is in the turf. Peterson goes into third on the wild pitch.
USC started this tournament by beating TCU 13-1. And now they're on the other end of that.
13-1 Beavers in the top of the 8th inning. But the amazing thing about the game, too, again, if you're Andy Stankiewicz and the Trojans, Tolt swung. He swung and is out.
Yeah. It's a swing.
It's a swing, and he got hit by the pitch.
Yeah.
But he swung at it.
And it becomes dead.
Dead ball, strike 3, and the inning is over.
And I think that's the right call.
It is. And the Beavers get 2 more. The point being, though, if you're Stankiewicz and the Trojans, when you go to sleep tonight, you say, hey, we just need to win a game.
Yeah, 0-0.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And we've seen wild swings in the game. You can lose 13-1 one day, win a game 2-1 or whatever the next. But the Beavers hope to stay on a roll as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Beavers have been on a roll all day and night long tonight. 20-3 winners earlier, going to the bottom of the 8th here tonight, up 13-1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
As Reese's celebrates a milestone anniversary, we're thankful to be part of your good times for 75 years. Our deliciously easy deli salads and ready-to-heat and serve side dishes are always a home run or grand slam, perfect for rounding out a buffet or last-minute entertaining. Keep the good times coming with deli salads and sides from Reese's. Here's to 75 years and counting. Reese's, we're made for good times.
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
Bottom of the 8th inning. I've been trying full disclosure here. Trying to get a bite. I've been sitting here since 12:30. And my daughter brought me some food earlier. There was no time between games, really, with all the scrambling around to try to get into game 2. Good food down in the Darwin Barney Alumni Lounge, I'm told. I've looked in there and it felt like Bob Euchre. Looks like they're having a pretty good time in there, as Bob said in the old...
But I'm busy.
Yeah. Now, thank you, Lydia, for bringing me... my dinner. Good hot dog, by the way.
It just happened.
Zach Kamatz to the plate, and the pitch to Jack Basir fouled at the plate. 0-1 the count. Dr. Ryan would not be... I just haven't had a chance to get much leg work in. I've been trying to move the calves around. That's what they say. Just keep everything moving. Stay active. The strike one pitch fouled at the plate, and the count 0-2. So... I'm doing what I can. What does that say?
ID, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. I was planning on it. Strike 2 pitch. Been a long one here and a very satisfying one thus far for the Beavers. 6 outs away from a ball game tomorrow to settle this regional. The strike 2 pitch is down and away. 1-2 the count to Jack Basir. Zach Kamatz struck out the side in the 7th, giving up a couple of hits along the way, but in the end getting his men. And another good fastball. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. He does it again. Jack Basir strikes out. 13-1 Beavers in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Beavers, if they do indeed get the next 5 outs, will be the home team tomorrow in the winner-take-all. We're still waiting on an official word as to what the game time would be. Another big night for the Beavers in the strikeout department. They fanned 16 Horned Frogs yesterday. The pitch from Zach Kamatz to Maximo Martinez, foul back. 0-1 the count, and between Wyatt Queen, Kellen Oakes, and Zach Kamatz, Jimmy, 13 strikeouts of the Trojans tonight. The strike 1 pitch, slider down and in. And because of that, striking out 10 or more, 13 strikeouts, you can score a free Egg McMuffin using the McDonald's app tomorrow with a minimum $2 purchase. Beaver Baseball proudly supported by your locally owned and operated McDonald's restaurants. Another 10-plus strikeout game for the Beavers. Bottom of the 8th, 13-1. And now 5 outs away from a winner-take-all affair to settle the Corvallis Regional tomorrow. The 2-1 pitch, fouled at the plate, the count 2-2. All health plans do what's required. Pacific Source Health Plans does more than that. They provide human service, not automated phone trees, and they offer extra support for members who may be struggling. Pacific Source Health Plans going beyond what's required to put members first. Fans want another strikeout, and they get one. 2-2 fastball taken, strike 3 called, 2 down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Kamatz, and 5 in the ballgame for the freshman right-hander from Albuquerque. And with 2 away, nobody on. The catcher for USC coming up, John Elliott, getting his first at-bat. 2 down, nobody on, bottom of the 8th.
And we start speculating about pitching tomorrow
we do.
as well.
And we did about this time in Game 1. It felt fairly safe with the Beavers up 18-3. Now up 13-1. Jimmy, what do you got for me? Do you have some thoughts about that?
My guess is that go back to Eric Segura.
Yeah, give him a shot at it. Very few pitches, and he's much better.
And he's probably pretty anxious.
And champing at the bit to get another shot at it.
You would think the motivation level is pretty high, and I did talk to Dorm about it, and he said he's definitely a candidate.
It's in the mix, yeah.
You know how they are. They're a little bit guarded. They're not going to really just say.
0-2 to John Elliott. 2 outs, nobody on. Kamatz delivers. Fastball hit foul off to the right and out of play. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. But the Beavers, though, that's certainly, I think, a good and strong option. Even with the struggles Eric had, whatever it was, you feel like it would be better.
A whole new start.
A fresh slate.
And for Segura, anyway, best case scenario. I mean, anytime as an athlete you have something goes wrong, you just want back out there. Just let me get out there and fix it. And so
competitive, talented kid.
For a starting pitcher, it doesn't get any better than that. You go from Friday, and all of a sudden on Monday you're getting your shot.
The strike 2 pitch, off speed, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Kamatz has struck out the side twice. The Beavers have combined to punch out 15 Trojan hitters. We go to the 9th. The luxury of looking ahead to tomorrow. We'll get an official stamp at some point, and it's now official. Thank you. We've been kind of tipped off.
Sort of sitting on that one for a minute.
It's been made official about the game time. We'll make you wait. We'll tell you about it when we go to the 9th. The Beavers 13, USC 1. Back after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Beaver Nation, there's nothing like celebrating a big win, right? Generations of OSU families know that you can't win in sports or life without a strong team to support you. When it comes to your health, P3 Oregon is proud to support Oregonians and the Beaver Nation. The P3 Care Team works alongside your provider to connect you with the care you need in between doctor's visits. Medication management, nursing support, health questions. Our team has got your back. Celebrate a winning season of health. Visit p3oregon.org to learn more.
The Oregon Potato Commission has teamed up with Oregon State Athletics to let everyone know how nutritious and performance-enhancing potatoes are. Did you know that potatoes are one of the most nutritious foods you can eat? Potatoes are loaded with vitamin C and have more potassium than a banana. That's why Oregon potatoes are an integral part of the Power Pack diet specifically designed to fuel Oregon State athletes. As alumni, supporters, growers, and the official state vegetable of Oregon, the Oregon Potato Commission is proud to support Beaver athletics. Go Beavs!
Top of the 9th inning, 13-1 Beavers. Before we do anything else, let's pause now. Let our network stations identify themselves. 10-second break for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. (13-1) Beavers to the top of the 9th. T. Southazine is the new pitcher for the Trojans. And the official word, and it's been declared on TV. And I think, as Jack Nicholson says in The Shining, driving up towards the place that he was to be the caretaker for, and he'd always been the caretaker. His youngster in the back says, I saw it on TV. That's what the guy on TV said. Well, if it's on TV, Jack says, it must be true. And TV has reported that ESPNU will be the carrier tomorrow of the winner-take-all Game 7 of the Corvallis Regional at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Iva Arquette takes low and inside from T. Southazine, ball 1, 1-0. 3 o'clock tomorrow to settle this one. The Beavers still need 3 more outs. You believe they're going to get them the 1-0 breaking ball, a strike. They said on TV 3 o'clock tomorrow, so we're going to count on that. ESPNU and right here on the Beaver Sports Network with the 2:30 pregame. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch coming up to Iva Arquette with the Beavers leading 13-1.
Ooh.
Way inside, spun him around. 2-1 the count. Jimmy, I know you have work and other things going on, so you're hoping to finesse your way back down here, though, I hope.
Game time decision.
I sure hope so.
Either way, I think the Beavers are going to come in swinging a bat and be confident. I mean, we always said, I think the thing you and I said, Mike, from when we left Friday.
Breaking ball smashed to center by Arquette. Base hit. Boy, the Beavers have been swinging the bats well today. 13 runs, 16 hits today after beating St. Mary's earlier with 20 runs and 21 hits. A leadoff single for Arquette. Gavin Turley, the batter.
We said if they can get to Monday, we like their chances. And we even said it started with Sunday night, but you get to Sunday night, but if you get to Monday, because it's the depth of this Beaver pitching staff that I thought was really better than any one arm. It's just the depth. And so it showed tonight where your basically fourth starter, Wyatt Queen, was great, and then Oaks. USC has one run.
Right.
But now you get Segura.
First pitch, a strike to Gavin Turley. The 0-1 pitch misses in the count 1-1. A guy that has won a lot of games, eaten a lot of innings, and is a good pitcher.
And that's what we said. So we walked away Friday. Yeah. If you can get all the way back to Monday, you can bring back Segura, and you got a chance to really almost have a mismatch in terms of the starting pitching matchup.
If Segura can indeed be back on his game, a change swung on and missed 1-2, and as we've talked about, that would be my expectation that he would be.
USC's not going to have a guy that's 8-2 pitching Monday.
Right.
He pitched last Friday.
And he's really good.
Yeah,
Caden Aoki, really good, but he made 114 pitches.
They have a guy named Caden Harris I kind of half expect, but he pitched 2 innings last night.
The 1-2 breaking ball down and away from T. Southazine, the new pitcher for the Trojans. They've used Andrew Johnson, Jackson Baker, Ben Cushney, Dylan Osborne, Jude Favela.
It's the Caden Hunter guy that I was. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're today.
Yeah, today in this ball game against the Beavers. It's been hard to keep track of them both. It's been a similar kind of feel in both games. The Beavers.
But those are all candidates. Those are guys like Jackson Baker with 5 starts, Mason Edwards with 5 starts. He started yesterday.
Right.
The guys that have starts, I fully expect that Caden Hunter. You go back to Caden Hunter, even though he did pitch 2 innings. I don't know if it was 2 innings or 20-some pitches.
Turley,
yesterday.
by the way, count of 3 balls and 2 strikes, fouling one back. Ivar Arquette, a leadoff single here in the top of the 9th. The Beavers leading 13-1. Out of the stretch works T. Southazine and comes to the plate. Gavin hits it foul off to the right. Yesterday, Jimmy, they started Mason Edwards. Brody Purcell went 2 1/3. He's very good.
Best reliever.
Yeah, and Caden Hunter went an inning and a third.
21 pitches.
Yeah, and so Purcell could indeed be a guy they might, he made 43 pitches yesterday, though. So
right. But Purcell has been a reliever all year, whereas Caden Hunter has 13 starts.
Fastball fouled away in the count 3-2, and the 13-1 victory over TCU on Friday. USC pounding the Horned Frogs. Caden Aoki, 8 innings, 114 pitches, and then Sax Matson an inning out of the pen in that one to close it out. 13-1 Beavers in the 9th. The pitch to Gavin, fastball just outside, ball 4. I give the home plate umpire Derek Malika some credit on that call, in that 13-1, top of the 9th inning, at nearly 11:15.
It wasn't lured in.
He didn't just say, hey, I'm going to call that a strike even if it isn't. He called it a ball. Good work on his part. Turley draws the walk. Wilson Weber, the batter.
Yeah, sometimes you do get that speed up strike zone.
Great night for the Beavers. Great day turning into this Sunday night. The pitch on the way to Wilson, in there for a strike. There was talk earlier today amongst our family. I didn't see the story, but I read that the Aurora Borealis, which we were blessed to see last year, I'd never seen it before in my life, was going to be visible, maybe is visible. Maybe some of you are looking at it as you listen to the end of the game. Are you seeing it? The strike 1 pitch to Wilson, a strike, and the count 0-2. 2 on, nobody out, top of the 9th, 13-1. We talked as a family, hey, we might go out, try to find a dark area and gaze into the skies, as we were blessed to do last year, and saw it for the first time, as Burt Lancaster would say, It's a wonderful sight. I know how you must feel. The strike 2 pitch. Weber, a drive to right and deep. Back goes Basir to the warning track to make the catch. Arquette goes back to second. Tags, but will hold. Now, deep drive to right. For a moment, I thought Wilson had done it again. It is a long out. Trent Carowway, the batter.
Boy, that was a pretty good sequence from Southazine to Wilson there. We started in with a good breaking ball, then a very good changeup, and a good fastball up and in.
I like this kid's motion and approach, Southazine. He hails from Henderson, Nevada. Caden Grenier comes about great shortstops in Oregon State history. Certainly we've been blessed to see in recent years. Caden, Iva Arquette, Elijah Hainline had a good year last year. He's making his mark as a young professional ball player.
Darwin Barney, though, I think he's got to be in that handful at the top.
Yeah, no question. Tyler Smith was pretty good and made it to the big leagues as well. The 1-0 pitch, a strike, and the count 1-1. Now, Jacob Melton today, speaking of major leaguers, made his major league debut and got his first hit. Congratulations to the pride of South Medford and Lynn Benton Community College, and, of course, here at Oregon State.
Probably got a baseball that he went home with.
You know, and I think Hank was telling the guys many hours ago, before the first game today against St. Mary's, Hank reported to the bench that the first hit, I think he legged out an infield single. I mean, the wheels were on display.
They stop the game and they give the ball to the young man,
right.
who gives it to somebody. But
right.
I'm sure at this hour right now, here's a baseball in his home.
Good for Jacob. Great kid. 2-1 pitch, down and away, ball 3-1. Trent Carowway, looking like a guy the last few ball games, last couple of weekends, who can make his way up there himself someday with all of the tools he has. He takes the 3-1 pitch high and away for ball 4. He smashed a 3-run homer in the 6th that took the Beavers from 6-1 to 9-1. And now it's 13-1 in the top of the 9th inning with A.J. Singer coming to the plate. A.J. doubled home a run last inning. Bases loaded, 1 out. I will say we've seen the full. It's cooling off in here now, Jimmy. It was a little bit on the warm side, 72 degrees when we got started earlier today. I'm going to check and see where we are now as we play on at 17 past 11. If any of you are seeing the Borealis, let me know. I'd love to live vicariously through you as the temperature has dropped to 54. The strike 1 pitch to Singer, hit foul down the right field line and out of play. Well, we may be tired, but it's a good kind of tired, as David Letterman used to say. And I'm a little surprised here that we got a visit with the Trojans trailing 13-1. Sean Allen has put the sweatshirt on, and he's getting a little bit of feedback from Beaver Nation. Coming out for a visit. I don't know. I think he may be checking about his right-hander, in this case, Teeth Southazine. Physically, is he okay?
Did he? I didn't see him go to his arm, grab his elbow, or anything along those lines.
But he must have done something that caught.
There's an out and it's Allen's 0-2 count.
Yeah, and Allen's attention, like something didn't seem quite right. And so better to check. It's not a visit. It's not a charge visit. It was checking to see how he was physically. And T waves off Coach Miller. Or Coach Allen, I should say, and stays on. I was channeling a little Pittsburgh and Sean Miller right there with calls coming in from Pittsburgh. The strike 2 pitch, a ground ball slowly to short. This will get a run home. In fact, Bryce Martin Grudzelanek kicks it. Everybody's safe. Arquette scores. The Beavers lead it 14-1.
Going to be an RBI single.
It's going to go as a base hit, and I think it's a good call because
I don't know where he's going to go.
Yeah,
with it. Third base was his only. I think his only play is he picks that tough hop and then just backhands it to the third baseman for the force at third. Either way, the Beavers were going to get a run out of it.
The Beavers have the bases still loaded for Cannon Reeder. Fastball up and in from T. Southazine. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Well, Jimmy, I've seen some doubleheaders in my time, and Beaver doubleheaders, a few here and there. There's not a lot scheduled over the last 26 years. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Reeder with the bases loaded and 1 out. 34 runs in a day. That's a bunch of them. And again, they're hopeful to have enough, whether it's 1 or 8 or whatever it takes tomorrow, to be able to stay home and keep the season going against Florida State next week. And that's what will be at stake tomorrow at 3 o'clock here. Reeder swings at a change and doesn't get it. The count 1-2. Canam has not seen the ball particularly well tonight, but he's done a lot of great things. He made the defensive play of the game with getting to the ball, getting to Arquette, who threw. Who knows what the psyche of the game is if that run scores early. Reeder swings and misses, kind of underscoring the point. Strikes out swinging. 2 down in the top of the ninth. 14-1 Beavers. And Dallas Macias, the hitter. But, this game now, a 14-1, oh, you just cruised home. If the Trojans have a run just like that, and it looked like they would, the feel, everything, the whole mood, they're feeling fired up. The Beavers making that play 6-2, kind of a tone setter. And then they came back with 4 runs in the second as the visiting team, and here they are 14-1 in the ninth. And
that's such a big play because not only do you cut the run down, but you get the out. And it was like right away it was single, double.
Yeah.
Just like that.
The 1-0 pitch to Dallas Macias outside for ball 2. 14 runs, 17 hits, an error for the Beavers. 1 run, 11 hits. No errors for the Trojans. They've swung the bat pretty well.
I thought they were good offensively.
Yeah, and so that's to be taken into consideration tomorrow. A chopper to first, fielded by Lopez, runs into the bag. The inning is over. The Beavers get 1 more. They're 3 outs away from a 3 o'clock matchup to settle the Corvallis Regional tomorrow. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Beavers 14, USC 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
Roth Home is your one-stop solution for all things home repair. From plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, and even garage doors, we've got your home covered. Our team of expert technicians are ready 7 days a week to tackle any problem, big or small. We're more than just a home services company. We're your partners in maximizing home comfort. When your home needs the best, trust Roth Home, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics. Visit us online at callroth.com or over the phone at 503-266-1249 and schedule your appointment today.
Pastor said in Local Hero about the Skies. Great movie, by the way. Highly underrated. If you haven't seen Local Hero, do yourself a favor. It's quirky. It's different. Lancaster did a lot of those, including The Swimmer. But Allie, as we go to the bottom of the ninth, the Beavers leading USC 14-1. 3 o'clock tomorrow to settle the Corvallis Regional here at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field. A 3:06 first pitch. But I was asking about the aurora and whether it was visible tonight, and Allie just sent me a photograph. I couldn't quite remember the time frame. Thank you, Allie. May 10th of 2024. Jimmy, I don't know if you saw that up in Vancouver, but the skies were incredible. May 10th, 2024. It was after a Beaver baseball game. The first pitch lifted into left center field for a base hit by Cade Higgins. Cade getting a base hit. Jacob Craig has taken over at first base for the Beavers, who lead at 14-1, a leadoff single against Zach Kamatz in the bottom of the ninth inning. And the batter will be Ethan Hedges. So thank you so much, Allie, for that. She says she's out on the porch looking tonight. She doesn't see the northern lights from their porch. They had a beautiful view last year, and she sent me a photograph to prove it. I remember just being astonished by the sight. I've gone wandering in Edmonton over the years. A warning given to Zach Kamatz and that ridiculous eye contact thing with the Trojans hitters. I don't know. They're going to have a pinch runner coming in. Did the umpire jump out again with you're starting to pitch too soon contact thing, or was you just calling time to get the runner in?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you. I feel better in life.
Number 16, Carpentier into the ball.
I just don't like any speed up rules that slow the game down.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Stop the game to say this and that. So,
Dean Carpentier, a pinch runner for Cade Higgins. The pitch on the way, fastball down the middle from Kamats to Hedges, 0-1 the count. But the Northern Lights, indeed, an amazing sight. I missed them in Edmonton and Calgary when I'd go looking for them, and they came into our world last May. Thank you for that report, Allie. 14-1 Beavers, bottom of the ninth.
Mike,
strike one fastball in there, strike two.
It's not a Aurora Borealis, but the eclipse of 2020.
2017 on the fan. 2017. The big eclipse was 2017, I promise you.
And 2020.
Well, if there was one in 20, that may have. Didn't see it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Kamats delivers strike three. Well, anyway, what about the eclipse? That was
unbelievable.
It was a great moment.
Unbelievable.
That was 2017.
They told you about the ring. You see the ring and how it went cold.
Yeah.
It went dark, and it was the middle of August.
Yes.
And it went cold. Unbelievable.
Now, Jimmy, the reason I know that another strikeout for Kamats and the Beaver pitchers, what a night they've had. They lead at 14-1. One out, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs to go. We'll see a pinch hitter now for USC with the pinch runner Carpentier at first base. 14-1 Beavers. Because the football team gathered to watch the eclipse over at Reeser on the field that day. And afterwards, Gary Anderson said, we played total eclipse of the heart, and we were on our way. So I just remember Gary saying that, and away we go, he said. To watch the eclipse with the team in 17. Couldn't have been 20 because Gary spoke about the eclipse.
But it might have been a different
it could have been a different one. I don't remember one in 20.
I could be wrong. And if I am, it'd be about the 15th time today.
Maddox risky, a fly ball to right field. A diving try by Tall. He claimed that he made the catch, but
he's going to be out at second.
A force play because he didn't catch it, and the runner raced back to first. A force play, 9-6.
So Tall sold the...
Easton Tall diving for the ball. He clearly trapped it. But the runner at first didn't think so, and he's out at second on a force play, 9-6.
Yeah, he's got no recourse.
No, 2 down.
He's looking around saying, but he said he caught it. Yes, he did.
9-6 on the fielder's choice. 2 down. Well done by Talt.
Yeah, come up, see you got it.
And he, in that sense, fooled the pinch runner Carpentier. Oh, I better hustle back. And he did. OSU Athletics has partnered with your local Toyota dealers to create the official fan club for your favorite pet, Benny's Buddies. Each member gets a social media filter. Toyota and Oregon State give away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and much more. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies.
So that goes as a fielder's choice.
Fielder's choice, 9-6.
That's unfortunate.
A well-hit ball. The first pitch to the pinch hitter, Zach Schwartzberg, is in there for a strike. Andy Stankiewicz emptying his bench here late, giving some of his guys a chance to play. They were in a debacle of their own, beating TCU 13-1 in the regional opener. Now they're trailing on the other end of one, 14-1 in the bottom of the ninth inning. Schwartzberg takes a strike, the count 0-2. Beaver pitchers have had an amazing ball game, and they're trying to end it on another big note. 16 strikeouts. Kamats delivers a high pop-up. This should end it. On the left side, Iva Arquette calls. Iva is there, makes the catch, and the Beavers have played their way into tomorrow. A super regional at stake tomorrow when the Beavers and USC settle the Corvallis regional. The Beavers needed to win 2 today, and they have. 20-3 over St. Mary's earlier. 14-1, our final score tonight here against USC. These two clubs will settle the regional tomorrow afternoon at 3:06. Our postgame show coming up on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran,